glory, to judge both the quick and the dead, whose kingdom shall have no end. And I believe in the Holy Ghost, the Lord and giver of life, who proceedeth from the Father and the Son, who with the Father and the Son together is worshipped and glorified, who spake by the prophets. And I believe one holy Christian and apostolic church. I acknowledge one baptism for the remission of sins. And I look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. In one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and of all things visible and invisible, and in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of his Father before all worlds, God of God, light of light, very God of very God, begotten, not made, being of one substance with the Father, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven and was incarnate by the Holy Ghost of the Virgin Mary, and was made man, and was crucified also for us under Pontius Pilate. He suffered and was buried, and the third day he rose again according to the Scriptures, and ascended into heaven, and sitteth on the right hand of the Father, and he shall come again with glory to judge.
What is going on, everybody? How are we doing tonight? I'm trying to figure out where I want to do a service tonight. Guys, hear me okay? It looks like it is. Actually, no, I need a bump. That's right, I need to bump my mic a little bit because we're in VR and I don't have my mic right next to me when I'm doing VR stuff. All right, well, what? I'm trying to think of trying to find like a new churchy area. Let's check out this one. Wait. Actually, there was another one in there that looked interesting. Oh, where'd it go? Arundel Community Venue. Interesting. Let's look at, should we look at Marco's Cathedral of Marriage? Let's go check this one out. My brother purchased a Very deck for me. What? I don't know what that is. That like is that like one of those walking in VR things? I'm trying to remember what the Very deck. Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be a nope for me. The anime idol statue thingy. That's gonna be a nope burger. Yeah. This is gonna be a no for me, friend. That's gonna be a no. All right. Well, maybe I should just go to the normal one. I don't know. Should we go to a house? I don't know. Where should we go today? I'm feeling going somewhere new. This looks interesting. What are the most popular ones right now? Got Among Us. Room the Rain. Nope, nope. Well, this one seems pretty popular. Should we do a new instance of this? Friends Plus? Let's go do it. No worries. Pharaohs, good to see you, friend. I really shouldn't have been fuddling around, especially considering I'm late. How late am I? Oof, 10 minutes. Oof. Oh, what happened? Oh, did VRChat crash? What? VRChat just crashed. Well, that's interesting. I'm not sure what happened there. No, well, technically yes, Delta, but none that I play with any regularity. None that I play with any regularity. All right, enough horsing around. I think I'm just gonna go to the regular world because we're just having too many problems. New instance, Friends Plus, let's go. By the time I get everybody invited, oof, we're gonna be considerably late. I just may have to go late to raid night tonight. Because I'm not gonna do like a 5-minute Bible study. Alright, let's get some jams on here while I'm working this whole thing out here. Let's go to that. That's right. The original, at least for me.
Long time no see, eh?
Hey, what's up, boss?
Yeah. Do you remember someone by the name of Alphys? By chance?
Of Office?
Alphys.
Oh, Alphys?
A-L... Yeah.
Was that
That's
your
me.
old? That was your old name? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. but I'm just probably just here to check in on you, I guess.
Hey,
Just
no
be
worries,
like,
man.
what's
That's
up?
totally cool, man.
Long
It
time
makes
no
it-
see.
yeah, no, I'm grateful. I'm grateful you did.
Yeah, long time no see.
Yeah,
And
man.
also I got VR. Woo!
Nice.
I
Very
got it like a
cool.
week ago.
Cool, man.
So now I'm not like a little just like standstill Sith guy that just.
Yes. Yes. I know how that goes.
I'm not El Gablino.
Did you, which one you get?
Quest 2,
Yep. Yep.
basic.
Who would yeah, no, I got the
but-
Quest 2. Who would have thought that you'd be able to get such a great device for so cheap?
Yeah, and it's $300.
I know.
What?
I mean,
What?
can you imagine even like 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, virtual desktop, but
Well, you don't. Yeah,
but
you.
still, that's like
Well, actually, you don't need virtual
Oculus actually
desktop
has
anymore.
A,
Yeah.
but it's
They've got
recommended
AirLink now.
because PC stuff. Because PC stuff is like locked behind like.
Yeah.
you can't have a.
if you do have a decent enough internet connection, you can use the AirLink beta
AirLink.
feature in the Oculus
Yes,
software.
that's what I'm using right now.
That's
It's
and
glorious.
just do it wirelessly now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's like.
I can't
I'm still
believe
using
how.
the virtual
Yeah,
desktop
virtual
method
desktop.
I can't even
because
believe
it's
how
still a
good it
little
is.
Yeah,
buggy
virtual-
for me using AirLink, but yeah.
I got virtual desktop because I've heard it runs much better, and it does. Mine randomly like disconnects when I do the AirPlay shit.
Yeah. It's
And
because
it's
that's
like,
still a beta
bleh.
feature. Meanwhile, virtual desktop's been doing it since the Quest.
Yeah, so it's like much more refined, and I could just do this like. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! My arms! But yeah, long time no see, bud.
Yeah, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.
Yeah. See ya.
See ya. Alright, fam, we're almost to the end. I think we're in the goofy characters. Yes, we are. The goofy non-English characters. Who's at the end always. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. A little sip of the coffee rooski.
How do you like your coffee?
Black. Black is my soul.
Oh, that's how I like my women. Black.
All right. Oh, hey, we're going here, Delta. Yeah, still raiding on Tuesdays with your guild. I am, friend. I am indeedy. So when we're done here, we'll probably head over that way. All right, fam. Where is everybody? Some of the usuals are not here tonight.
The void.
The Void. They're in the Void Club.
Well, at least we have guns.
All right. Well, kill the jams here. All right, so we're in the Gospel of Luke tonight.
Hey.
Howdy, howdy. The Gospel of Saint Luke. Find out which chapter, and I think we're in Luke 4. Did we do this? Let's see, 3. I'm trying to remember if we did 3. I think we did this. I don't think we did the genealogy. Okay, I'm pretty sure we didn't do the genealogy. So let's go to, if you have access to a Bible, go ahead to go to Luke.
Into this world to go all the way to the back.
Hey, Coca. Go to Luke chapter.
Hello.
We're in Luke chapter 3. I don't remember exactly where I want to start here.
Real quick, Pastor
I think
Brock,
we're on
if you don't
23.
mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a couple friends in the LPD.
Yeah.
They were wondering if they could join.
Of course.
They're not going to be like patrolling, trying to arrest anybody or anything. They're just really curious about the service.
Of course, absolutely. I'd love that. Hey, good morning,
Awesome,
Leslie.
awesome. Yeah, I'll drop them some invites.
Perfect. Awesome.
Can I ask what the topic this time is, or?
Yeah, we're in Luke chapter 3. We're just kind of going through the Gospel of Luke. But if anybody has any questions, those are good too. We can always, if there's something on someone's mind or a topic that they want to discuss, we can do a little side tangent if people are interested.
Okay.
Yep, but we're going to be in Luke chapter 3, beginning in let's begin in 23. So Luke 3:23. All right. So let's see. I think we'll go ahead and get started here. Let's look at verse 23. Jesus, when he began his ministry, was about 30 years of age, being the son, as was supposed, of Joseph, the son of Heli, the son of Matthat, the son of Levi, the son of Jani, the son of Joseph, the son of... actually, we should pause here for a second. So Matthew's gospel includes this genealogy of Matthew includes Jesus' genealogy through Mary, and then here is the genealogy of Joseph's lineage. So Joseph was kind of you might say to some extent the adopted, the stepfather or something. I don't really want to use that language either, but he was the one that kind of took of Jesus. He's usually called the guardian of Jesus. Give me 1 second here. I want to get my notes up here. Let me type in here. LOG. There we go. All right, Logos. Luke 3:23 is where we're at. I'm gonna get my notes up here. I think this will be helpful. Some of my study resources. Let's click here and click here. And then voila. Luke LK3. Okay. So there's a couple of things. So there are two genealogies of Jesus that appear in the New Testament here and in Matthew 1:17. They differ greatly. First, Luke's genealogy is given at the beginning of Jesus' ministry, while Matthew's appears to be Luke's genealogy is given in the beginning of Jesus' ministry, while Matthew's appears at the beginning of the gospel. Second, Luke's genealogy generally works backward from Joseph, while Matthew's works forward from Abraham. Third, Luke goes all the way back to Adam and God, while Matthew traces only back to Abraham. Most scholars believe that these respective arrangements are the result of and consistent with each evangelist's special interest. On this understanding, Luke emphasizes that the Messiah descends from Adam and so is related to all nations, while Matthew focused on Jesus' Judean roots, which accounts with his desire to present Jesus as the fulfillment of God's promises in Abraham. Luke names the actual ancestors of Joseph's branch of the family. Matthew likely gives a stylized legal line of descent from King David. So that's what's kind of going on here. So what Luke is trying to do is kind of trace his trace Jesus' lineage all the way back to Adam, and as this kind of universal Messiah or Savior. So actually, I don't know if we want to read through all of this. I think maybe I'll leave it at that, because it's just gonna be like a bunch of names that nobody knows, right? Like, I mean, I think we'd probably get just as much from reading your or our Facebook friends lists than going through this. So I think we'll leave it at that. Just know that this is tracing the lineage of of Adam. All the way back to Adam. All right, so let's move on to Luke chapter 4. Does anybody have access to a Bible and would like to read?
I can, yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you could read Luke 4, 1 through 12. By the way, hey, welcome LPD. Good to see you guys. Welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Pastor Brock.
Hey, thanks for having us here.
Yep, of course.
All right.
Yeah, so Luke 4, 1 through 13.
Oh, Luke 4, 1 through 14. Sorry. I was looking at the wrong one.
Hey, by the way, what's going on, Payne? Good to see you, boss. And
Luke
QB,
4?
good to see you too. Yeah.
1 through 14?
Yep, Luke 4, 1 through 4. Or 1 through, sorry, 1, let's do, let's do 1 through 13, actually.
Okay. I have English translation. Sorry if anyone sees different things. So, okay. Jesus returned from the Jordan full of the Holy Spirit and was led by the Spirit into the desert, where he was tempted by the devil for 40 days, and all the time he ate nothing, so that he was hungry. When it was over, the devil said to him, if you are the son, or if you are God's son, order this stone to be turned into bread. But Jesus answered, the scripture says, human beings cannot live on bread alone. Then the devil took upon him and showed him in a second all the kingdoms of the world. I will give you all this power and all this wealth, the devil told him. It has all been handed over to me, and I can give it to anyone I choose. All this will be yours. Then if you worship me. Jesus answered, the scripture says, worship the Lord your God and serve only him.
Actually, let's pause there for a second, because there's a lot going on here, and I think this might just become like an indecipherable gobbledygook if I don't break down what's going on here. Okay, so after Jesus is baptized, he goes into the Jordan. Actually, let's see if I can increase the font size on this a little bit. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking. So he goes into the wilderness and he's tempted. And basically, like, you ever take like a midterm exam in a class or something like that, right? Like if you fail out of the midterm exam, like you can just stop right there. Like you don't even need to finish the semester. Like, you get a big goose egg on the midterm. Like we can just put an end to we can put the kibosh on this whole thing. And so basically that's what's kind of going on. This is Jesus' midterm exam, you might say. If he cannot resist the temptation to eat during these 40 days in the wilderness, how is he going to risk the temptation to not die? Like, I think we all would recognize that the temptation to not lay your life down is a much stronger temptation than the temptation to just not eat for 40 days. By the way, this is perfectly anatomically possible. If you look at the longest hunger strikes in humanity's existence, they actually can, as long as you have water, you can actually go significantly longer than 40 days. So this is perfectly anatomically possible. 40 days is a really long time. Where was I? So this is kind of the pre-test for his death on the cross. And so Satan, of course, waits to the very end when he's like most tempted, most hungry, and he says, if you're the Son of God, command the stones to become bread. Like, yeah, you ever have this happen? Like, this is like human nature, man. Like, it goes back to, like, the schoolyard when you were in, like, 4th grade. You're like, hey, Bobby, I bet you can't go on top of that tree. I bet you can't climb that tree, right? Like, and you're like, screw you, man, I'm going to climb that tree, right? Like, and you're, like, just by the sheer fact of him saying, questioning your ability, there's that kind of heightens the desire to prove him wrong, right? And so there, and here's the thing, like, remember this too. Hold on, let me get my fan on. Where's my fan at? There we go. Remember this too. Everybody thinks that Jesus was like Superman, that like these were not real temptations for him, and that's not true. because if Jesus isn't really a human being, then he really can't provide atonement for you and I. So he's tempted in every way that we're tempted. That's what it says in Hebrews. He was tempted in every way we have been tempted, yet without sin. Right? So just like this would be a real temptation for you, it was a real temptation for Jesus. And so, I think that's significant here. So if you are the Son of Man, command the stone to become bread. So not only do you have the temptation of Satan questioning who he is, you also have the temptation of the fact that like he's stark, raving hungry at this point. And Jesus answered him, "It is written, man shall not live by bread alone." And that's a very significant little phrase there. Like, I think we think that our physiological needs are really what provide us life. But if it's true, like if it's actually true that there is a God, one who can even raise the dead, one who can bring eternal life, like if that's a thing, and I think by a whole host of argumentation, I believe that that's perfectly a plausible hypothesis. If that's true, that there is a God that has every level of potency that a computer programmer has over the digital world, if that's true, then it is there's no like weird mind-bendy, like mental platitudes going on. It's very simple. Like if I'm connected to that source of all life, then I have life. And if I'm disconnected from that source of all life, then I don't have life. So that's what Jesus is saying here, that you don't live because you've got a baguette, right? You live because you're connected to God, right? The source of all life. And that's what he's saying. So man does not live by bread alone. It goes on to say, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of the Lord. It says that's the finishing of that quote. So by the way, sometimes the gospel writers, they'll be quoting a much longer piece of text, but they won't include the entire quote just so that they can make the gospel short, because that's one of the main objectives of the gospel writers, is they want these documents to be easily duplicatable. So like, for example, if I was trying to tell the story and Pastor Brock was in Bible study class and he said, "Our Father who art in heaven," right? Like I'm not, you can read from that I didn't just say "Our Father who art in heaven," but I said the entire Lord's Prayer. Yeah. So this quote goes on to say, "Man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of the Lord." So Jesus is obeying God rather than Satan here. Any questions, by the way, so far? Let me call a time out here. If there's any confusion, anything I can clarify. Maybe while you're thinking about that, about any questions, I think we can ask. I think we should always be asking this question: is what does this have to do with me? Well, I think a whole lot. I think there's really a lesson to be learned that life comes from union with God, connection with God, and so I think we should ask ourselves: in what ways have I believed the lie that life really comes from 401ks and salaries and degrees and TikTok followers? Like I think we think that life comes from all of these superfluous things, and we've forgotten the fact that life comes from being united to God. So I think that's how we can make it relevant. Like, in what ways have I pursued union with God today? And I think, I don't know about you, but like, I think it's a big fat nothing burger for me. Like I've not pursued that. I've largely pursued my own comfort. And I don't think it's been at the forefront of my mind today. How can I get closer to God? And so maybe that'd be a way of keeping it relevant. Any questions, thoughts, comments here?
I just want to say, I don't know if you saw me oddly moving. I'm sorry, I had to turn on my lamp so I wouldn't lose.
No, you're good, boss. No, you're good.
If you saw me oddly
No, you're
moving.
fine. Anybody else?
Is this all coefficient?
Was that, boss? No, it's a Bible study, man. Yeah. You're welcome to hang out there,
everyone.
boss.
Thank you, man.
You bet.
My name is Bobo Dank, and I'm alcoholic.
Hey, Crusader.
And,
Thanks for being here, boss. Yeah, Papa Dank.
That's about it. I'm alcoholic.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting so like Spider-Man's got Spidey senses. As a pastor in VRChat, my troll senses. My troll senses are tingling. So yeah, boss, we'd love for you to come hang out with us, Papa.
Yeah.
But if you're just here to troll, man, I would be grateful if you kick it on down the road. Thanks, man. You bet. By the way, thanks so much, Crusader65. Thanks again so much for the file, boss. Glad you're here. Hey, Papa. Again, boss, if you're gonna be distracting, I don't want to have to kick you, man. So I'd love for you to hang out, but yeah, you're just kind of a little bit distracting. Thanks. No worries, you're good. All right. So anyways, back at it. Any other questions? I think I saw one over there. Okay. All right. Good enough. All right. So we talked about the bread alone, and then. Did we get into the next one? I think we did, yeah. And the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world for a moment of time. They said, to you I will give all the authority and their glory, and it has been delivered to me, and I give it to whom I will. If you then will worship me, it will all be yours. Right? There's this really... there's this hilarious... You know those little tearaway calendars where each day it's got the date on it and you just keep tearing it away? There's this calendar with Bible quotes on it. And it said, it was quoting here, it says, I will give you everything if you will only worship me. Right? And apparently the calendar didn't recognize that this is a quote from Satan. So I thought that was pretty funny. So this is of course is tempting because I think we all want power. We all want to have possession of things and to be in power, right? Like this is why every video game it always includes some sort of power. Like there's no video game that's going to be like that's ever going to catch on where the main character is completely and utterly impotent, has no power to choose, no agency to choose. No, the reason we like video games is because it does give us power in some way that we don't normally have. It does give us exciting choices. And so, of course, Satan kind of tempts Jesus with that authority. If you'll only worship me.
Brock.
Yeah, what's up, boss?
Yeah, oh sorry, it's Overdang, by the way, the person you want to kill out, but like, can I say a little fucking word?
What?
Oh.
Can I say like a word about this?
Sure, go ahead, man. What's up?
Okay, thank you so much. Anyways, can I get only the fucking pedestal? Like, am I allowed to?
There's no real pedestal, boss. We're all in the same space.
Okay. Alright, I hope you're all here tonight to drink with me. And Mr. Bossy Rock.
He's kicking him.
Yep. That's all she wrote.
I do have a real question.
Yeah,
Pastor.
fire away, boss.
So the topic today is about temptations when you're really at your lowest. You're at a point in your life where
truth.
Where you don't see any alternative that provides any comfort.
Mm-hmm.
And what would be your advice on reminding yourself or staying the path, like knowing, hey, the best choice isn't necessarily going to be the comfortable one.
Yeah.
How would you like refocus yourself, reorient yourself?
Yeah. So I think
when you are in that mindset.
Excellent. I think okay. So a couple things I would say. First of all, hey, what's going on, Dono? How are you, friend? The first thing that I would say is prayer. In the midst of any kind of temptation, and I think when you talk about being low and kind of like going into a depression and that kind of thing, there's a temptation to despair, right? So it's just another type of temptation, right? And so I think the first thing we should do is pray. And here's the interesting thing about all types of sin, and it can even be the temptation to despair, is there's always an attraction there. Right, like sometimes I find myself
I just had a light bulb moment.
Yeah. Oh yeah, really?
Is that what So it was like months ago, but you had mentioned
Yeah.
about the difference between happiness and joy.
Yeah.
Is that what joy is? Like
Yeah.
choosing not to fall into despair?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think largely, I think there's a lot of connection there. Yeah, no, I think you're onto something there, Coco. I think it needs to be kind of fleshed out a little bit, but I think there's a lot of truth to that.
Yes, definitely. Okay.
So, anyways, as I was saying with prayer, is sometimes when I'm in the midst of temptation, I know that if I started to pray, I would get distracted from that temptation, and I would stop to go down I'd stop going down that temptation. But it's interesting. Sometimes I find myself, I don't want to be delivered from that temptation, right? Like I want my sin, whatever the case may be. And so, go ahead.
The prayer is where you start feeling like those warning signs that the guilt for something you haven't even done yet. That's where. That's where you really start to get the.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that sometimes, like, okay, so I'm all sin is attractive. Sin doesn't feel like if sin felt like getting a root canal, nobody would do it. It'd be very easy, right? It'd be very easy to like nobody says, my sin is I really like to touch, electrical lines. That's just a really big sin for me, right? Like nobody's gonna say that, right? Because that's incredibly painful, and so you're not, So temptation, and here's the crazy thing: even things that you wouldn't normally think of as like pleasurable actually can have an air of pleasure to them. But anyways, as I was saying, is that
I feel that because I like to torture myself by eating salt and vinegar chips when they have a very strong taste. I kind of like them, but like the sense is like so strong.
Right.
Like I like to eat them anyway, even though it's horrible.
Or how about this? Like sometimes I like my own self-pity. Right, like it can be very tempting to pity yourself, and like these are things you wouldn't normally say, or like, oh, that's a very big attraction, but actually they can be. But anyways, as I was saying is, okay, so here I am standing, like let's say that door is sin, right? Like, and I find myself going towards sin. Like what prayer is it's kind of like a brick wall that could impede my ability to get to the door. Right, I can very quickly build this wall of prayer. Oh, don't go anywhere. I could very easily build this wall to prevent me from going out that door, but I don't because I want to go through the door, right? And so I think that's what prayer is. Prayer is this brick wall between me and sin, and sometimes I just don't feel like building it because actually I don't want to be stopped, and I think that is really profound in a lot of areas of temptation and a lot of areas of spiritual distress, is that actually we could just pick up the phone and get some help, but we don't want to pick up the phone. So I would say in the dark areas of your life, pray even if you don't feel like it. Even if there's a part of you that doesn't feel like praying, pray. Even if there's a part of you that doesn't feel like going to church, go to church. Force yourself to pray, force yourself to read the word, force yourself to go to church. And it's very funny, like oftentimes just when you begin to take that first step, all of a sudden, oftentimes I find, this isn't always the case, but oftentimes I find, boom, immediately that miasma of whatever the temptation, sin, spiritual distress is, oftentimes, boom, in an instant, it goes away just by taking the first step towards the direction of prayer. So yeah, that's what I'd say is like pray even if you don't feel like it. So it's kind of a long answer. Any other questions, thoughts, comments?
Does it have to be related to that or?
No. It could be anything.
I just want to
sure.
say, LPD, they didn't dip out because they were bored or anything. They actually got called for an instigation, so...
That's fine.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah.
No problem. Hey, Marin, by the way, on Marin on Twitch, thank you so much for your kind words. Such a good message this evening, Pastor. I'm glad, brother. Thank you so much.
You said that what I said about joy was close but not quite refined.
Oh yeah,
Do you
yeah.
have any more on that?
Yeah, okay, there's one. Let me say, I think you're onto something there. There's just one pitfall that I see, and there's one perilous ditch that I just don't want you to fall into. But other than that, I think that's something I'll have to think more about and explore more. The one perilous ditch is I want to make sure that people don't feel like you can choose your feelings. Like, okay, so I'm depressed right now. I'm just going to choose to be happy or something like that. I think that's largely outside of our control. I think we can choose to be joyful. And that's actually what you said, Coca, is you said we can choose to be joyful.
Right.
I think that is possible. And so remember...
I don't really understand what joy is.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to find a definition for.
Yeah, I would say the definition of joy, at least in the Christian sense, I mean, each of these words can have different meanings in different places, but I would define joy, and the Christian word kairete, which is the Greek New Testament word for joy, I would define it as this: anticipated happiness. Right, like imagine for a moment you are having the worst,
like setting yourself up for success.
Yeah, well, think about this. Like, imagine for a moment you're having the worst week of your life in your job. It sucks, man. Your boss is like ragging on you, and you're up to your eyeballs in work, and it's just hell. It's a hellish week. But imagine next week you're going on a vacation. And you're not even, your cell phone's going to be off. Nobody from work's going to even be able to touch you. You're going to have, you're going to be listening to island music and steel drums and sipping on drinks and taking a snooze on the cruise ship deck. So here you are right now in the midst of the hellishness of your week, but a smile comes upon your face because you know that this hellishness will not persist for much longer. And that is Christian joy in terms of eternal life, right? Is the smile even now, rejoicing in the fact that death will be undone, that pain will be put away. Like I remember my grandfather's funeral. Like, here I am watching them lower my grandfather's casket into the ground, and I have this massive smile on my face. I'm sure somebody would probably think I was like, some sort of like sadistic, like evil villain or something like that.
He's a serial killer.
That's right.
No, because
right.
you're thinking about you're glad you got to know him.
No, I'm thinking,
you're thinking about the joy.
No, I'm thinking about no.
Sorry.
It's a good that's a good thought, Shadow. But actually, no, I'm not just happy that I'm not just grateful for the life that he had. I'm happy and joyful. I'm smiling because I know this enemy called death is going to have its key. It's going to be curb stomped. That my grandfather is coming back out of that grave, and that this is not the end, and that I will be reunited with my grandfather. And so I actually am anticipating that reunion that will take place upon my death, and I look with joy on that reality, even though in the present moment it sucks that I'm separated from him. So I think that's what Christian joy is. And that is why, like people always talk about like, oh, I've got joy down in my heart. Like a lot of times I don't, dude. But we do have joy always because of that reality that as J.R.R. Tolkien, the writer of The Lord of the Rings, put it, because of the birth, death, and resurrection of Jesus, everything sad will come untrue. Like that.
You said like that's at a funeral service.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, like that's Christian joy.
You don't understand how deep that just hit me because I totally understand because. Well, there's honestly one certain reason I'm not gonna say excited for death, but I'm going to be reunited with my birth mother and get to know her better in a state where she's not suffering, and I'll get to meet my father because I never got to. He died before I was born.
Yeah, Shadow, and I would say no. I don't think you're wrong at all. I mean, this is what you just said. There is literally what the Apostle Paul said. The Apostle Paul said, "To live is Christ." In other words, to live is to try to struggle to look like Jesus, to die on my cross, to struggle against sin. That's what it means to live is Christ. He says to live is Christ and to die is gain. Right? That's what you were just saying. Is it like death is not loss for me? It's to gain your mother and your father and all of that.
I'm really genuinely excited to meet my father. Yeah. I am genuinely excited to meet him.
Yeah. And I think here's the other thing is that even more exciting than the person we should love more than even our fathers and mothers is God. And that's the most exciting thing about eternal life is not only that we'll be able to see face to face our mother and our father, but God. And so no, absolutely, you're not wrong at all there. So yeah, no, that's great.
God gave us this gift.
What was that?
He gave us this gift. That's why.
Which gift?
That's why God gave us this gift of afterlife.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
That's why we should love him the most. Without him, we wouldn't be able to see anyone.
Yeah. And I think we have a sense of this, man. Like I think we have a sense of what the early Christians called the parousia. This final resolution. Right? Like you ever listen, like sometimes like music will end on a note that seems unresolved. Have you ever listened to like a musical piece and it seems like that's not the right ending? Like it should end like ba-da-da-dum-dum-da-dum, right? Like it should have like a
out
or just like there's there or just ends on like a really weird note, and you're like okay, so there's this thing called the Exultet. It's a little canticle that you sing on Easter. I'm trying to remember the original ending. It's something like da 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 da, right? And I actually changed it to da 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 da, right? Because it's or something like that. I don't remember how I changed it exactly, but it's as like, man, this sounds so unresolved. This sounds like kind of it doesn't sound like an ending. It sounds like you're just cutting it off midway, and I think that's what we feel in the midst of all of the brokenness of this life, is we feel like this is unresolved. And I think we do have that sense that there is this eternal resolution that is inbound. And I think that intense sense is resolved in Christ, right? Christ is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, says the scriptures. And maybe the reason why so many things in this life seem unresolved is because the second coming of Christ hasn't occurred yet. Man, that's some deep mess right there. I like how I phrased that.
If you think about it, how there's so many things we don't know, but how do we know what gods, deities, fake things, like people create those, but we know that there's a God.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of evidence for God. Give me 1 second. Okay, so, well, actually, I don't know, maybe some of you guys haven't heard my spiel on this real quick. Well, I don't know if I want to go into it. Maybe, by the way, how do I pronounce it? Is it Zeto? Or Aka? Or how should I?
Zeto.
So Zeto, maybe I'll wait till, I might have to wait till another time, but there's a whole host of arguments that I would put forward for the existence of God. One of them is, I'll give you the short order of it. Like when you look at the molecular machinery involved in even the most basic life, like a single cell abiogenetic bacterium, right? Like the alleged very first piece of life, even that possesses nanotechnology that is more complex than what all the king's horses and all the king's men of modern engineering are able to create. The 6 billion people, or how many billion people? 7 billion people in the world today? 8 billion people, whatever it is. The collective intelligence of 7 billion human beings is not able to duplicate the nanomachinery required to bring about the very first cell. Why should mindless matter be able to create something that the world's greatest minds are impotent to create? So I think that piece is what I personally find is maybe, at least when you're talking natural theology, when you're talking about like people that don't believe. I mean, obviously, I'd say the most powerful argument is an encounter with Jesus Christ. But as far as somebody who's maybe skeptical and looking from the outside, I think it's a very powerful argument to point out that there's no way that life kind of emerged from nothing. Like I disagree wholeheartedly with the hypothesis. So I think that, and then to take it one step further, besides the genesis of life, you also have to talk about the genesis of the universe. Like that's an even bigger problem. How does something come from nothing? Right? One of the fundamental axioms of science is ex nihil nihil fit, which means out of nothing, nothing comes. And so if nothing comes from nothing, how can you say that nothing created everything? And, a lot of people talk about matter and antimatter colliding. Well, matter and antimatter colliding is not nothing, right? That's not nothing. It may give the appearance of nothing because they cancel out. Like you never see noise canceling headphones. They it gives the opposite sound, and so it kind of gives this appearance of no sound because it cancels out the sound of the incoming sound, and that gives the appearance of nothing, but it's not really nothing. It's actually two sound waves counteracting one another. And so where do you get the matter and the antimatter in the beginning? Where the bleepity bleep does that matter and antimatter come from? That is not nothing. So yeah.
Are you talking about like a positive and negative magnet or something?
Well, yeah, no. Well, see, okay. Well, no. What modern physicists like to propose for how the universe came into being is that you had. Okay, so physicists propose that in the world there's matter and antimatter. Okay, and when these two substances encounter one another, they create nothing. Like they cancel each other out. And so the modern physicists propose that this is how the universe started, is that there was nothing because there was all matter and antimatter had canceled each other out. And then the Big Bang occurred and it spewed matter and antimatter throughout the universe. And so that's why we see the material world around us, is because it's this reversal of the matter and antimatter. But anyways, where did all that matter and antimatter come from? If it was waiting to be exploded. So maybe I'm speaking over your head, but there's a whole host of arguments that I would propose for why we should believe God exists. I think the other piece, another argument, Zeto, is I'd say is the experience of your conscience. I think this is a very powerful argument for the existence of God. Is that I think the experience of your conscience alerts you that you're accountable to something greater, right? Like, even Margarita Lasky, the famous atheist, she said, what I envy most about you Christians is your forgiveness. I've got nobody to forgive me. Like, there's a woman who knew she needed to be forgiven, right? And so this experience, this universal human experience of the conscience, I think points us towards a creator that forgives. Yeah. So that's what I would say there. All right. Any other questions, thoughts, comments?
I had a question for you afterwards, but I can wait because I'll probably go off a different tangent. So
yeah. Well,
no, I mean,
we're good now. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah.
Go ahead, friend. We can go off on another tangent.
I just because I didn't want to offend anyone else. Because in case you guys, I just want to know what your thought is on prosperity gospel. That's what.
Oh goodness, yeah, that's a big flushing down the toilet for me.
That's
yeah,
that's why I wanted to.
Yeah,
that's why I said that.
Yeah. So the prosperity gospel, for those of you who don't know that term, that would be like Joel Osteen. Like what they operate on this kind of like name it, claim it kind of thing. Whereas if you just imagine it in your head, it'll come to fruition. And actually, like there might even I've often thought that what if that's actually indeed how the world works? That people think in their head they want something and it actually comes to be, and it's actually a curse instead of a blessing. Like somebody thinks that like, oh, I just want money, and they're fixated on, envisioning in their head themselves with a bunch of money, and they spent all their energy in their life fixated on money, and none of it fixated upon God, and God was just like a magic genie for them, and so they wasted their entire life, which the purpose of life, the meaning of life, is to have relationship with God. And so here's a person that was, instead of fixated on God, was fixated on money. And it was actually a curse to them to receive the money that they were so fixated on. So I've always thought about that. Yeah. Ryan Wheat says, good chance, no answer, but who or what made God? Is that a question, Ryan Wheat? So when you talk about being made God, we have to remember God is outside of time, space, and matter. So when you talk about making things, you're talking about matter, right? And God is outside of all matter. And the other part of making involves time, right? Because when you make something, it's made at a particular time, and God is outside of time. So like, imagine time, space, and matter are like a book, right? When you're reading a book, you are outside of the book. You are looking at the book. Right? And so that's what God's perspective on the universe is. He's outside of the time, space, and matter of the universe. He's the one that created time, space, and matter. So there's no making of God. God is eternal. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. He's outside of the book. Imagine a book like page 1 being the first day of existence, and then page, 10 trillion being the 10 trillionth day of existence. Like God sees it all at once. So yeah.
Kind of like a computer programmer.
Yeah, sure. Well, careful there though, is we don't want to say that each of us are just computers running code, right? Because that would mean that we have no choice. We're just doing whatever God encoded us to do. And the problem with that is that like every murder and rape actually becomes God's fault, because God's the one that wrote the code for that person to do that. And so we would reject that, and we would say that no, when someone murders someone, it's their own free will, it's their own choice to reject the will of God, and so they're culpable and responsible for that murder, not God. Yeah. Not that you were saying that.
That's.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I see what you're gonna say. You can use others. So the idea of what I said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet, man. Thanks. All right. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Hey, Cheshire. Good to see you, friend.
Hey. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
You were saying, do you feel like God have like more God has foresight, right? Like
yeah, correct.
How it's going to happen by
exactly.
what he sets up in motion, right?
He sets up an emotion? What do you mean by that?
Right. No, like if he.
Oh, he sets it in motion. Is
he knows everything. That's right. So, do you think it would be like some of the things would turn out differently if he had foresight?
Yeah, so this is a great question. So imagine for a moment I have a red button and a blue button before me, okay? So I press the red button. God knew before the foundation of the world that I would press the red button, right? And so you say, Well, you have no freedom. You can't actually press the blue button, right? Like you're bound to press the red button. Then you don't have any choice in pressing the blue button. Actually, that's incorrect. So I really have choice between the red button and blue button. And the there's no force or outside power that's influencing me to pick the red button or the blue button. It's totally my free choice. But if I choose the blue button, God's foreknowledge would just be different, right? So again, the only person that's putting the inputs of will it be red or will it be blue is myself. Like let me give you another example. There's something else I was going to add to this. Like imagine for a moment my daughter is playing on the dining room table. And she's high up on the dining room table, and she's kind of running around being kind of crazy, right? I might have foreknowledge that if she keeps playing on the dining room table, she's going to fall off and get hurt, right? So maybe I, as a father, I don't have perfect foreknowledge, but imagine I did have perfect foreknowledge, right? Sweetheart, if you keep playing on the table, you're going to fall and hurt yourself, right? And if she keeps playing and falls off the table, it's her own choice that she fell off the table. I mean, I didn't push her. I didn't make her keep horsing around on the top of the dining room table. She chose that. I didn't influence that choice. I didn't push her in any way. I didn't make her fall off the table.
Right.
I was an outside observer. Yeah.
You knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Why not have the table?
Excellent question. Right. And this is because the thing that God is most interested in, like I think what we're most interested in is probably comfort. Like if we could wave a magic wand, we would make everybody comfortable and maybe entertained. So if we could wave a magic wand, we'd make everybody entertained. We'd have everybody in, orgasmic bliss all the days of their life, right? So we're interested in comfort, entertainment, pleasure, ease, recreation, all of these things. That is not what God is most interested in. That is not what God is most interested in for human beings. The thing that God desires above all things, and the scriptures are abundantly clear on this fact, the thing that the one commodity, right? Like we're obsessed with gold and jewels and stuff like that. The one thing, the treasure that God treasures above all else is love. And love can only exist if I have the choice to not love. And the perfect example of this is when you have, like, imagine you have like a little niece or nephew, and they come up to you and said, Uncle Cheshire, here, I wrote you a picture. It says, I love you, Uncle Cheshire. And you're like, oh, I feel so loved by my niece. That's lovely. Yeah, Mom and Dad said I had to. Well, not anymore, right? Like now it was just by force. You didn't do it because you actually love me. You did it because your mom and dad said you had to, right? And so what really makes love is when you have the choice to not love. Because we'd just be computer programmers running out our programming if we didn't have the freedom of choice. When you whip out your iPhone and say, Siri, say I love you. I love you. Like you don't feel loved because the computer has no choice. And so that's what this life is all about. And by the way, this is why we're captivated with video games, is because video games give you new choices. They give you choices that you wouldn't normally have, right? And that's what's exciting. Am I going to build the base this way or this way? Am I going to put the wall there or there? Am I going to put these machines here or here? Am I going to choose that upgrade or this upgrade, right? Like every video game allows you to choose things, and there's trade-offs and there's benefits and other disadvantages to each of those choices. That's what makes a video game fun, is when you hear this all the time. Oh man, that video game sucks. It feels like the choices that I make are totally insignificant to the story, right? A good video game, the choices seem significant. They seem like they matter, right? And this goes back to, because that's what God is. That's what the narrative of the universe is really about. Is human beings with moral free agency being able to choose between good and evil. That's what this whole thing is all about. So, yeah.
But,
It's a make universe.
But I feel God is good to create an entire reality and all this just to feel loved by something.
No. He's not.
Torment forever?
Yeah, no. Let's talk about that. Yeah, so God doesn't do it because he's in need of love from anyone, right? The Christian concept of God is a Trinity. And so there is community within the persons of the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. There's actually relationship and love even between the three members of the Trinity before creation even comes into existence. This is the great Christian distinctive, is that only in Christianity does a relationship precede creation. And relationship is the most important thing in this life. So God does not create the world so that he can be loved, as if he's going to create a fan club. He creates the world because you need to be loved, right? God saw in his mind before the foundation of the world was laid that you could exist, and out of love he made it so, right? The fact that you exist is an expression of God's love for you. And so what he does is he gives us the beautiful opportunity to love others. It's like baking cookies. Like your mother could have baked the cookies without you, but she wanted you to participate in baking the cookies. She delighted in that, even though you slowed the process down. You had to lick the beater, and it was a pain in the butt because you made everything more messy. She delighted in your participation in making the cookies when she didn't have to, because, well, it's beautiful to see you participate in this good thing called the cookies. And so what God delights in is you and I participating in love, loving one another. That's what he really delights in.
That's one trouble I do have is I tend to mostly not shovel away, but stay away from oh man, I'm just hanging out with my family doing yard work.
Hey, read Psalm 22.
I guess that's not what I need to be thinking. Think of that yard work as a way to be with family, to
love your family. Yeah, to love your family. That's what I would phrase it. This is your opportunity to love your family, even though it sucks. And see, that's what makes love even all the more better. This is why the symbol of the Christian church is a cross. Like, to die on a cross is excruciating. That's literally where the word excruciating comes from. The word excruciating comes from the Latin excruciatus, meaning out of the cross. The highest possible pain in the English language is defined by what Jesus experienced on the cross. And precisely the reason, because it is maximally painful, is the reason why it is so loving, that he chose to go down that road. And as you choose to suffer by mowing the lawn, you are reflecting that beauty of Jesus dying on the cross. And consequently, you're fulfilling the purpose and meaning of life, is to love your family, love the other. Hey, by the way, read Psalm 22. Good to see you on Twitch. That's why everybody wants love, and they try to get it from anywhere they can. Yeah, and people really try to look down like bad roads to love. Yeah. Yeah, and Crusader, exactly. God loved us before he created us. Exactly right. Yeah, Shadow, go ahead. Fire away, boss.
Yeah, because with trade-offs and things, it's like he's trying to make us not only appreciate the good but also appreciate the bad because of lessons, because everything has a trade-off, like you said, in life actually.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can do that won't have a trade-off, and you can't have good without bad, and it kind of balance each other
I
out
would disagree. I like a lot of what you're saying there, Shadow. I would say though,
maybe I'm not wording it
no
right.
I think you're I think you're largely right there. I see what you're saying. But one thing we would want to hesitate in saying is that evil is required for good. Because I would define evil is the absent, like imagine, I don't know if you got, you're in VR. So imagine for a moment your screen crashes right now. You're gonna see nothing but darkness, right? Nothing will be hitting your eyes. Consequently, right now, as you're seeing me, little photons, little packets of light are hitting your retina, and you're seeing me. So to see something is actually a substance. Well, I don't know if you call photons a substance, but it's actually a thing, right? Like it's like something is hitting your retina right now. Whereas if there was darkness, nothing would be hitting your eyes. So darkness is what we use to describe the absence of light. And in the very same way, that's what evil is. Evil is the absence of God's goodness. Because a lot of people ask, well, who created evil? And we would say God did not create evil. Evil is just simply what we call the experience of being without God's goodness and love and mercy and proper order, right? You know, a lot of times we call the bad things, we call them disorders, right? Because God's the one that orders. And so now we're encountering the disorder.
Mr. Brock?
Yeah. Yeah, Niala.
I'm so sorry, but I'm so sorry to disturb
No, please.
you, but is it really true that Christians don't believe like that God didn't create evil as well?
Yes, it's true that God did not create evil.
Yeah, I wasn't really talking about evil per se, and then I was trying to think about the example you said with your daughter possibly falling off the table and getting hurt.
Right.
And I was like, I guess it all comes down to you having to, I guess, more think positively about it, because if that bad thing happens, you learn a lesson from it. And I wasn't really
I see what you're saying. God brings good from evil. Now, if that's what you're saying, absolutely.
Yes.
I would say
that
is absolutely true. God brings good from evil. And that's why evil is even allowed to exist right now. Right? The reason why God doesn't like squash evil, boom, right now is precisely because he can use it as like a coarse sandpaper to smooth us. Yeah, Niala, please fire away.
I'm so sorry to say it.
No, it's great.
If God creates everything,
if
he's the creator of everything, and he's the one who created the dark and the sunlight, so I don't say like the yin yang thingy or anything, but I'm pretty sure that God actually created evil as well, so we can actually like benefit from law. Also, he's the one who created all the sicknesses, so people get sick. Of course, it can be your fault, but it can also be the reason why God gave you like sicknesses and you're like, you're getting sick. It's not like God's fault that you're sick, but I mean, everything comes from God and everything will go back to God. So
so I think I think there is truth to what you say. So it's true that God uses evil things, But I would say that God did not create evil. Like a lot of people would point to, well, didn't God create Satan? And it's absolutely true that God created Satan. But Satan of his own free will decided to rebel against God and to be this plotter of evil. And God now uses Satan and his diabolical desires and urges. He uses Satan to bring about good. Like for example, oh, go ahead. What?
Like during Job.
Yeah.
Like what was it? Yeah, Job. What was it? Like he told Satan to go. To Job and make like his life terrible or something.
Right.
It was like that.
Well, he's just gonna watch his and ask questions.
What is that?
I've watched his and asked questions in Job.
What about ask questions in Job?
Hello.
It's just
is
like.
it cool if I take a seat?
Yeah, please.
Doesn't he just like ask questions and like watch and challenge it? The devil, as we know, it isn't like biblical really. The Satan is like just a watcher and stuff. He just. Questions.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, he's called the ruler of this world. Nice icon, by the way. He's called the ruler of the this age, and so he definitely has potency. He definitely has power, and he's certainly, he's certainly at work in the world. So I wouldn't say he's just a watcher. He very much.
Well, there's different. Devil is like a combination of like. It's this Satan and Lucifer and the devil and like several different figures in the Bible, and we're just kind of like crammed together.
No, I think they're just different names for the same character, right? Like, some people call me Pastor Brock, some people call me Bill, some people call me Dad, some people call me Hubby, right? So these are different. These aren't. I wouldn't say these are different characters. I would say these are different names for the same being.
I don't have any nude.
A lot of people argue that. Seems.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they would. Yeah, I'm sure that. But I would say like this.
The New and Old Testament version are very different.
Yeah, no, I would say.
Oh yeah, I like you're going to say this.
I would say that. Yeah, no, I mean, people can certainly argue different things, but I would say that in terms of Orthodox Christianity, in terms of the ancient Christian teaching in the Christian Church, I would say that's not the understanding, is that these are different characters. Like a lot of people, like, here's the thing you have to understand is about a lot of modern scholarship. They're like, oh, let's look at this from a new lens, right? Or let's look at the Bible. There's this dark, diabolical figure in ancient Mesopotamian folk religion. So maybe this character in Exodus chapter 14 is the Mesopotamian deity Gozer the Gozerian, right? And like they come up with like all these like new and interesting interpretations. And just because something, I want to point this out, this is a very important logical fallacy. Just because something seems consistent with the evidence doesn't mean that that's actually what happened. Like let's say for a moment, you've got this man, and he comes into the house one day, and he's very he's very upset, and kind of his wife says hello honey, and he completely sloughs her off, and he goes into his office, and a couple moments later you hear a bang, right? And there's a gun in his hand. Wife walks in, there's a gun in his hand, he's laying down on the floor, there's a bullet wound through his head, and then there's a hole in the window, right? Now, somebody could say, well, there's a hole in the window, so maybe what happened is that there was a sniper on the rooftop on the other side of the street. He shoots him through the window, then he climbs in and takes a gun, puts it in the guy's hand, and stages it like a suicide. The reason the guy was all stressed is because he knew there was a hit out on him, and that's the explanation of the evidence. Right. Okay. That explanation is perfectly consistent with all of the material that we have, but that doesn't mean that is the explanation. I think we all know that the more likely situation is that the guy pulled the trigger and it just so happened to exit outside of his head into the window. And so I would say that just because something, it's very important, just because something's consistent with the evidence doesn't mean it is the explanation for the evidence. And so you get a lot of people that are, that are doing that. Hold on 1 second.
I think he jinxed me because I actually did crash. I had to come back.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So
I gotta bounce. Yeah. Sorry.
No worries, boss. I think we're about to wrap up, anyways. So yeah, maybe we'll have to table some of this for another time, guys. But thanks so much for hanging out. Any other last comments, questions, prayer requests, anything on your heart on that piece? Yeah. By the way, chat.
To ask you actually in private. I want
sure.
to about the angels, about
sure.
the archangels, like Metatron. And stuff like this, but you don't have time, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't think tonight, but let's do it again sometime. I'd love that, Nyala. By the way, sorry, Twitch. I haven't got you guys.
Invite to pop.
Yeah, sure. Message me on Discord, by the way, Cheshire, because that's easier for me to, catch up on.
I might have to I need to know what your name on there is, actually.
It's Pastor Brock 0024. So. All right, anything else, guys? All right, let me catch up on chat here real quick. Yep, God loved us before he created us. Read sometime low. Evil is the shadow of light. Yeah, no, that's good. Yep. I think Aquinas said something along the lines of God allows evil to exist because he is so good that he can bring good even out of evil. Yeah. Yes, and he had foresight and knew Lucifer would do what he did, so he indirectly created evil, if not directly. Yeah, well, he allowed creatures of moral free agency so that the good of genuine love might exist. So he allows an evil for the sake of a greater good.
Which cats are there in your name?
Us living in a utopian.
What was that, Jeshire?
That's a good.
Very tap is the name.
Yeah,
So
I think it's capital
Brock
P, capital
0024.
B. Pastor Brock 0024, hashtag 0024. We might be friends already, Cheshire. I think we might have been friends. Read Psalm 22 is, I think it's more accurate to say God permits evil. He doesn't create evil. We create evil. Yeah, that's what I would say. And then read Psalm 22 says a clap. And then Pharos says, do you think God believes in soulmates? I mean, I think God's envisioning. Where happened? There we go. I think God envisions that in some sense all of humanity would be soulmates with one another. That we would all love it. Like when I think of like a soulmate, I think of somebody who really understands me, really gets me, really loves me. And I'd say God envisions that all humanity will eventually be brought to a place of love where that experience of a soulmate will be with everybody. I think that's God's will. And then certainly some people choose to reject that picture that God would wish to paint, and consequently they're left out of the party, but that's not God's will. That's their own choice. So yeah, that's what I'd say that. All right, any other comments, guys?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that whole good and evil thing. I'm just
No,
not
it's great,
good with
Shadow.
my words.
I think you were right on it. No, I think you were very close. So, yep.
I think the questions I want to ask are too big for my brain.
No, that's good, fam. That's good. Well, man, we got 18 people here tonight watching on Twitch. That's awesome. Man, I'm bummed because I've got to go talk to my wife about something, but I'm wondering, man, I kind of would like to keep this conversation going. I wonder if I can just throw up a BRB screen for a little bit. Man, I might do that. All right. Yeah. All right. If you guys want to talk more, I will be back in just a little bit. Okay. All right, fam. Here, get this off here for a second. I'm gonna throw on our BRB screen, and because I gotta go talk to the missus for a little bit here. Let's see, is this plugged in, by the way? Of course it is not. Let's see here. Let's plug it in. Plug it in. Plug it in. Right? Isn't that what they say? Oh, is that a free line there? Is that a... No, that's not a one. Oh, come on. Hold on 1 second. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Oh, there we go. Yep, put it around like that. Oh. Come on, dude. Oh, there we go now. Come on now. Go in. Come on, bro. That's a USB port, isn't it? Oh, gosh. Come on, man. Oh, goodness. Good googly moogly. All right, well, maybe I'll just go in. Should I go into that one? Maybe we should go into that one. Oh, let me scoot right past you. It's a Midwestern thing. Oh, come on, bro. Why isn't it plugging in? Come on now. Oh, bro, what is the deal? Okay, hold on. Let's go full screen on this for 1 second. 17 people watching Pastor Brock attempt to plug in a USB cord, man. Must see television. All right, come on. Oh, we got it in. There it is. Did you hear the blink but blink? All right. I'll be right back, fam. I gotta go talk to the waifu for a minute. So, let's see. Let's throw on like You know what we should do? We should go put on we should go put on the Bible Project. Let's go watch the Bible Project for a minute. Let's see. Let's go. Let's see. What can we watch?
So the Bible is.
What can we watch a Bible Project wise? Should we do the word study playlist? Actually, yeah. Why don't we watch these? These are the.
Most people assume the Bible has a lot to say about how messed up humans are, and that's true. It's also true that the Bible's vocabulary about this topic sounds odd to modern people, using words like sin, iniquity, or transgression. And so the Bible's perspective on the human
condition. The screen is messed up. Hold on. Oh, that's right. I gotta go over here. Oh, let's stretch this like this. There we go. Now we're working. There it is. Okay.
Is often ignored or treated as ancient and backwards. This is really unfortunate, because through these words, the biblical authors are offering us a deeply profound diagnosis of human nature. Iniquity describes behavior that's crooked, while transgression refers to breaking trust. And sin, this is actually the most common of these bad words in the Bible, so let's focus on it for a few minutes. Sin translates the Hebrew word chata and the Greek word hamartia. The most basic meaning of sin isn't religious at all. Chata simply means to fail or miss the goal. Like when the Israelite tribe of Benjamin trained a small army of slingshot experts, they could sling a stone at a hare and not chata, that is, fail or miss. Or there's a biblical proverb that warns against making hasty decisions because you're likely to chata your way, miss your destination. So in the Bible, sin is a failure to fulfill a goal. But what's the goal? Well, on page 1 of the Bible, we learn that every human is an image of God, a sacred being who represents the Creator and is worthy of respect. And so in this way of seeing the world, sin is a failure to love God and others by not treating them with the honor they deserve. You can see this idea in the famous code of conduct given to the Israelites, the 10 Commandments. Half of them identify ways you can fail at loving God, and the other half name ways you can fail at loving people. And the fact that both kinds of failure are combined shows that failing to honor God is deeply connected to failing to honor people. This is why in the Bible, sin against people is sin against God. Like when Joseph refuses to sleep with the wife of Potiphar, he says, "How could I sin against God?" In Joseph's mind, failing to honor a human made in God's image is a failure to love God. And so, sin is a failure to be truly human. But there's more. A fascinating thing about sin in the Bible is that most of the time that people are failing, they either don't know it, or even worse, they think they're succeeding. Like when Pharaoh wants to build Egypt's economy and protect national security, in his mind, this justifies enslaving the Israelites. He thinks it's good, and he's totally unaware that it's an epic fail. Or when King Saul is chasing David around the wilderness trying to kill him, he thought he was bringing a criminal to justice until he realizes he's the corrupt one. And he says, "I have sinned. I am the failure." So sin is about more than just doing bad things. It describes how we easily deceive ourselves and spin illusions to redefine our bad decisions as good ones. So why are humans such bad judges between moral failure and success? Well, the first appearance of the word sin in the Bible offers an insight. There are these two brothers, Cain and Abel. Their parents had just given in to this beastly temptation to redefine good and evil by their own wisdom, and now Cain is faced with a similar choice. He's jealous and angry that God has favored his brother, and so God warns him, if you don't choose what is good, chata is crouching at the door, it wants you, but you can rule over it. So in these stories, sin, or moral failure, is depicted as this wild, hungry animal that wants to consume humans. And we know how that story ends. The Bible is trying to tell us that failed human behavior, our tendency towards self-deception, it runs deep. It's rooted in our desires and selfish urges that compel us to act for our own benefit at the expense of others. And it leads to this chain reaction of relational breakdown. This is why in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul describes hamartia as a power or a force that rules humans. In his words, we are slaves to sin. He even says sin lives in us, so that the things I don't want to do, that's what I do. So with the word sin, the biblical authors are offering a robust description of the human condition. It's a failure to be humans who fully love God and others. It's our inability to judge whether we're succeeding or failing, and it's that deep, selfish impulse that drives much of our behavior. This is not a pretty picture of ourselves, but if we're honest, it's realistic. This is why in the Bible, the story of Jesus is such good news. He's depicted as the Creator become a truly human one who did not fail to love God and others. That is, he did not sin. And yet, he took responsibility for humanity's history of failure. He lived for others, and he died for their sins. And he was raised from the dead to offer them the gift of his life that covers for their failures. Or in the words of the apostles, he committed no sin, yet he carried our sins in his body on the cross, so that we might die to our sins and live to do what is right. And that's the story behind the biblical word for sin. Hey everybody, that was the first video we're doing in a series called The Bad Words of the Bible. We have a lot more coming out and a lot more videos. You can check out everything we're up to at thebibleproject.com.
This entire project is a crowd-funded endeavor, and we can make videos and our podcast and all our resources because of the generous support of people like you. So thank you.
Thank you
for being a part of this with us.
Most people assume the Bible has a lot to say about how messed up humans are, and that's true. It's also true that the Bible's vocabulary about this topic sounds odd to modern people, using words like sin, iniquity, or transgression. And so the Bible's perspective on the human condition is often ignored or treated as ancient and backwards. This is really unfortunate, because through these words, the biblical authors are offering us a deeply profound diagnosis of human nature. Sin refers to moral failure, and transgression describes how we break trust with others. And iniquity, no one even uses that word anymore. So what's it all about? In Bible translations, iniquity is one way the Hebrew word avon gets translated. It's also rendered by words like wickedness, guilt, or sin. So what does avon actually mean? The word avon is related to a Hebrew verb avah, which means to be bent or crooked. The poet of Psalm 36 says his back is avad, that is, bent over in pain. Or in Lamentations chapter 3, a road that isn't straight is one that avaz, that is, it's twisty and crooked. Now, this image of being crooked offered biblical poets a powerful metaphor to talk about people's behavior. Like Jeremiah, who said that Israel had avad their way by violating their covenant with God and giving allegiance to idols. Or in the book of Job, a person who morally fails is someone who avaz what is right. In both cases, something that's supposed to be level or even, your choices or your conscience, has been bent out of shape, distorted. In the Bible, avon refers to all kinds of crooked behavior. 10 Commandments kind of stuff. Lying, murder, adultery. In Isaiah chapter 59, avon describes the corruption among Israel's leaders, who were ignoring the injustice done to the poor. The prophet cleverly adapts the metaphor, saying, we have so much avon, that is crookedness, that uprightness can't even enter our city. Things were so morally distorted in Jerusalem that crooked was the new straight. Another fascinating thing about the word avon is that it refers not only to distorted behavior, but also to the crooked consequences. The hurt people, the broken relationships, the cycles of retaliation. You find this idea in the biblical phrase to punish, which in biblical Hebrew is to visit someone's avon upon them. That is, to let them sit in the consequences of their crooked choices. This is what the prophet Jeremiah said about the Babylonians, who were destroying other nations. One day, those nations would destroy them in return. And so Babylon's divine punishment would be having to live in a disfigured world of its own making. This is actually the main way biblical authors talk about God's response to human avon, letting people experience the crooked consequences of their choices. This is the meaning of the common biblical phrase, to bear your iniquity, or in Hebrew, to carry your avon. God gives people the dignity of carrying the consequences of their bad decisions. But that's not the only way God responds to avon in the Bible. He also offers to carry the avon of corrupt people as an act of sheer generosity. In fact, carrying avon is the most common Hebrew phrase for God's forgiveness. Like Psalm 32, where the poet says, "I didn't hide my avon, but confessed it, and you carried the avon of my sin." This is actually shocking if you stop and think about it. God forgives people by taking responsibility for their avon. This idea reaches its high point in the book of Isaiah, where God appoints a figure called the servant. He will embody God's forgiving love by carrying the avon of many and allowing it to crush him. This servant will absorb humanity's crookedness, letting it overwhelm and destroy him. But that's not the end of the story. The servant will emerge out the other side of death, alive and well, so he can offer his life to others. When you get to the New Testament, the apostles carry these ideas forward using the Greek word onomia, which has a similar meaning. Like Paul the Apostle, he identified the servant as Jesus, and he said, "Our great God and Savior, Jesus the Messiah, gave his life on our behalf in order to redeem us from all of our onomia, our crooked behavior and its consequences." And so, the whole biblical story is about God's desire to take crooked people and the twisted world that we've created and to make everything right. Through Jesus, God invites us to become whole humans once again, people who can walk upright with God and with each other. And that's the story behind the biblical words for iniquity. Most people assume the Bible has a lot to say about how messed up humans are, and that's true. It's also true that the Bible's vocabulary about this topic sounds odd to modern people, using words like sin, iniquity, or transgression. And so the Bible's perspective on the human condition is often ignored or treated as ancient and backwards. This is really unfortunate, because through these words, the biblical authors are offering us a deeply profound diagnosis of human nature. Iniquity refers to behavior that's crooked, while sin refers to moral failure. And transgression, this is a fascinating word that you for sure haven't used in conversation recently. So let's focus on it for a few minutes. In Old Testament Hebrew, the noun is pesha, and the verb is pasha. In the New Testament, the Greek word is paraptoma. They're usually translated as transgression, sometimes as rebellion, and in older translations as trespass. These words refer to ways that people violate the trust of others. Pesha describes the betrayal of a relationship, and since there are many kinds of relationships, a lot of different behaviors can be called pesha. Like if two nations are in a relationship, we would call that a treaty, and pesha would describe the breaking of that agreement. Like in the biblical book of 2 Kings, we read, "After the death of King Ahab, Moab pashad with Israel." Now, this is usually translated, Moab rebelled against Israel. But in biblical Hebrew, you don't pasha against someone, you pasha with them. That is, you break trust with that person. The same idea appears in an Old Testament law about theft. If an Israelite is away on a trip and somebody sneaks into their house and steals something, that's robbery. But if the thief was your neighbor, it's pesha, because there's someone you should be able to trust. Or there's a story about Jacob running away from Laban, his uncle. Laban accuses Jacob of stealing some idol statues. He searches all of Jacob's belongings, and he finds nothing. So Jacob shouts, "What is my pesha? How have I violated your trust?" But the sad irony is that the statues were stolen by Jacob's wife, who is Laban's own daughter. Talk about breaking trust. So pesha involves one person or group violating a relationship of trust with another. And this is a really common word in the Bible because it's one long story about a broken relationship between God and the Israelites. At Mount Sinai, they agreed to worship only their God and to care for the poor among them, but they didn't. And so God raised up prophets to confront them. Like Micah, who said, "I'm full of power, with the Spirit of the Lord and with justice and courage, so I can declare to Jacob his pesha." Or the prophet Amos, he accused the Israelites of pesha, specifically for idolatry and selling the poor for a pair of sandals. He also accused other nations, like Tyre, who profited from capturing whole towns and then selling them into slavery, or the Ammonites for murdering the innocent to enlarge their borders. For Amos, these are all acts of Pesha. They violate the universal trust that exists between all humans who are made in the image of God. He watched these leaders ignore or justify the mistreatment of humans in the name of national security or a strong economy. But for Amos, it was a betrayal of humanity. And it makes perfect sense why these prophets associate Pesha with words like treachery.
Okay, we're back. Switch over to... Okay, all right. Let's see. I'm gonna go log in back into VRChat. Oh, is it up? Oh, I think it's not up till I put my headset on. So we're back. I'm gonna go USB 0 Pastor Brock 1. Pastor, you made me so happy by using great googly moogly. Yes, great googly moogly. All right. We're gonna go. I haven't done evangelism in VRChat in forever, so I think I'm gonna do some of that tonight. We're gonna do some of that tonight. I think. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Where is my other... Where'd it go? Bro, where did my other thing go? Where'd it go? It's like it disappeared, bro. Oh, goodness. Am I really going to have to take off my headset again? Allow. Okay. Hold up. Oof. Where'd it go, guy? Where'd it go, chat? Where did my other controller go? Wonder if it's underneath me. I just can't see it. Bro, seriously? I have to take off my stinking headset. I can't find it. Bro, I'm all like settled in. I'm all settled in and I'm gonna have to get up and find this other stinking controller. Oh, there it is, dude. Oh my goodness. Frustrated. So frustrated. Here we go. All right, there we go. Oof. There we go. I think everybody's gone. I don't blame them. I would have gone too. All right, dude. Let's go talk to some people in let's go talk to some people in Black Cat, man. What do you think? Let's go talk to some people. This should be good. BT Dubs. Check out my name over here. Where is it? I can't remember where it is. Oh, oh. Somewhere around here. I think it's on this side. Well, where was it? Where was it, friend? There it is, Pastor Brock. Voila!
Ricky Cheeky Chubby.
Okay.
Hey, yo. I'm gonna sing this song.
What's up, boss?
Let's fucking go. What up? Is your name Austin? What the fuck? Yo, what up, bro?
What's up, dude?
Give me my fucking mic back. Sorry, these guys are... don't do much.
That wasn't very nice.
No.
I'm going away from you.
No, I'm pretty nice, bro. I promise you.
Alright, let's see here. Let's get this bad boy.
We're saying I'm 16 even though I'm 30.
You are here, user.
Have you ever met a
What's up, fam?
Walk over me.
Hey,
I mean, that is a 4-year
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
I think racist German people are.
This dude looks like he would voice. His avatar looks like he would voice the dude that plays Kronk. You know what I mean? Just alright.
Kronk.
The poison. The
What's up, man?
poison.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question, boss.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, here's the question. I've asked like 2,000 people in VRChat this question over the last 2 years, actually. What's the meaning of life?
Yes.
What?
What's the meaning of life? Yeah, man.
There isn't one.
There isn't one. There's no
boys,
meaning.
I've gotta go. I've got business to attend.
Come here, let me explain. Right?
Farewell.
All right, boss.
Let me explain.
Explain to me.
My looks are up here.
If there was a meaning to life,
Yeah.
then there would be a reason to keep on living.
Yes.
But since there is no meaning, that's why we continue to die.
Well, then that's kind of weird.
Because if everyone just had a purpose in life, they would find that, correct?
Nothing.
Well, some people they can't.
You were doing something.
So
whenever you did
therefore, there is none.
that. You had your finger on
Because if there
something?
was one, everyone would just try to do their best to keep on living as long as they can.
Set your fingers on your buttons.
You. Come here.
Well, here's the thing.
No, I'm good right here.
I'm
good right here.
Is how
I'm good right here.
we only can develop needs for things that exist, right? Like I have a need for food, and food exists. I have a need for water, and water exists.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay. All right. Good talk, fam.
Get that nigger bitch off the plane.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yes. Sexual frustration. Reminders is forever.
Why is there so much racism in VRChat? Can somebody explain that to me? Like, it's wildly inappropriate to use that term. Wildly. I don't know, like, what's the deal with that, man? What compels someone to use that word? I don't know. It's terrible, friend. Terrible. Oh, by the way, are you guys not seeing me? Weird. Oh, there it is. There it goes.
What the fuck is this?
Did he just do it again? He just did it again, man. It's a completely different room. First word out of his mouth. The racial slur. Can you believe that?
I bet it's her mom.
My girlfriend. Oh wait, it's not my girlfriend. Never mind.
You got no girlfriend though. Fuck you mean, bro.
Oh, sorry. I mean your mom was texting me.
Yeah, he just
Sorry,
said
your
that
mom
was
was
his mouth.
texting me.
Fuck, bro, shut
He
up.
just said that it was his mouth.
Hey, can I ask you fine people a question?
Yeah, fucking go ahead, dude.
All right, boss.
Daddy.
Interesting. The question is this: what is the meaning of life?
I want to take a cocktail.
The meaning of life is the perception of reality. It's how you view things on your morals and your dilemmas. It's up to you how you want to focus on life and what you want to do with it. You can do whatever you want, or you can do nothing. It just depends on your morals and your dilemma. Go with that.
Okay. So that would be what we'd call your subjective meaning, the meaning that's up to you, the meaning that you choose. Do you think there's any objective meaning? Like, imagine for a moment that you are an anthropomorphic hammer, right? Like, you were made as a hammer to drive nails. And you might say, like, I'm a martini stirrer or I'm a paperweight, but that wouldn't change the fact that your true meaning ascribed to you is to drive hammers. Or drive nails, excuse me. Like, do you think we actually have, like, an objective meaning that, like, is ascribed to us and given to us? Because I think there's a whole host of evidence.
It depends on your morals and your dilemmas. You could have a purpose. Our purpose is, evolving and evolution.
Exactly, read Psalm 22. That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Because we're already at the top of the food chain, but we can always grow as a society and work together. Like, we can get rid of gun violence, racial violence, all that, and try to live in harmony, but we're too blind to understand the fact that we could do it ourselves.
Well, here's the thing, though, is like, what determines that that's necessarily good? I mean, I would agree with you that that's good, but some societies say some societies say love thy neighbor, some societies say eat thy neighbor. Who's to determine which society is correct?
It's probably just the hat.
Well, it really depends. Your dog. Christians and Muslims and all that stuff, they have a set religion of
Your own mistake, buddy.
trying my best to follow these rules, these things, and this. If we look beyond that and go for science, because I'm more of a science man than a religious man. I believe, I believe in the fact of how we got here and like where we're going with it further. Not we have a set. We have like God will make us. Well, God will show us the way, or God will do this. Because I'm more of a being able to place it together than have a religious belief of sticking with one thing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you do have this vision in your head of a meaningful life, and I think you operate every single day. Yeah. And so I think
just greater future for the younger generations. Before me. Wait,
hey Charles, I'm not sure I'm streaming tomorrow.
After those and the ones after those.
What's up, man? Welcome
to build a society that could work together under maybe not one roof, but maybe as partners, maybe as friends, maybe as allies.
So do you?
Where something where it can happen.
So here's a question, Jam. So do you believe? Let's talk about the origins of the universe. Do you believe that something came from nothing?
No,
do you think, or rather, I should say, do you think everything came from nothing?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's the fundamental. It's a fundamental, a scientific axiom: ex nihil nihil fit, which means out of nothing, nothing comes. And so you'd have to believe that that nothing, for no reason at all, created everything. Like, can you observe any instance, any observable, repeatable, demonstrable scientific phenomena where nothing created something? We have no evidence of that whatsoever. And so, we have two options that that there. Go ahead. Sorry.
Black holes.
Okay.
They are the absence of nothing which creates something.
No physicist says that black holes are nothing, and they certainly don't necessarily lead to nothing. There's certainly curiosity about what the other end of a black hole is, but it's not nothing. It's not like what was it? Newton who said matter is neither created nor destroyed, right?
Is that the baby?
Which is a big ball of shit. A big ball of space stuff.
It's CJ.
Yeah, it could be.
Because
we don't really know.
Wormholes are the things where you go through them and it sends you somewhere else, but black holes are just like big balls of mass that keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Okay.
They have
someone created our galaxy, so that's why God is real. Because how is a galaxy gonna create itself then?
Yeah, I think you could probably phrase it more artistically than that, but I would say, yeah, I mean, I would say you have two options. Either something created everything or nothing created everything. And when you look at the complexity of even the most basic bacterium, I think one should deduce it's more likely that something created everything than nothing created everything. I think it's a faith claim. I think it's a faith claim to say that you believe nothing could create everything, because there's no evidence of something like that occurring.
So if I kill myself, then I go up to heaven, then I can tell God. Yeah.
I wouldn't say you should kill yourself. I would not say that.
No, like when I'm 90 years old.
Like, isn't that
like not kill myself, but die?
You'll fall right down.
Well, but God has such strict rules, even though that we repent for our sins. Jesus, God still has really, maybe not strict rules, but the 10 Commandments, you're supposed to be followed by them. And there's so many different theories about God and His existence.
Don't mind this guy behind me. He's like my parole officer.
Yeah. Am I right?
I just wanted to come by and say hi.
Hey, well, I'm glad you did, Buttery. Good to see you, dude. Good to see you, friend.
Hi.
Are you like a streamer or something?
Yes, I am. I'm indeedy. Yeah. Twitch.tv/PastorBrockVR.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
I might look at that.
I'm gonna search you up.
You should.
I'm gonna search that over right now.
Are you streaming right now?
I am. I hope that's not a problem.
I might go to the bathroom too.
No, that's fine.
I forgot to turn nameplates off though, so my bad.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care if anybody phones me.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, me too. How many viewers you got?
Right now, 6.
Nice. Oh, I'm
yeah, but I've had as many as 100, so we're having a small night tonight.
The freak is going on?
Yeah.
I just had earlier. We had 20 for a Bible study I did here in VRChat.
What I do?
Jesus Christ.
Exactly. Oh man. Hey, what's got Mr. M? Is this a new one?
I didn't do it.
Hey, I'm not.
Yeah,
so,
this is Crystal Jeff.
Hold on, I don't think
Crystal Jeff.
I already have show avatar, but there's no DNA. I'm very disappointed.
Not all of them are DNA. Hey,
They should all be
top.
DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Pastor,
Yo,
would it be impossible to like freeze myself for 1,000,000 years?
to free yourself?
freeze myself?
Oh, freeze yourself.
Like, Freeze.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good
Then
question.
I can wake up.
I don't know.
Like
I
to
don't.
wake up.
I would be highly suspicious that that's a thing, but I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna block this dude. There we go. That's much better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. So. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
See ya. All right, Jam. Well, take care. All right, Mr. M. Good to see you, boss. As always, friend. Long time no see. It's been a while since I've been really hanging out in VRChat. Yep. God bless, bro. Oh my goodness, dude. Like, I can't go in for 5 minutes without somebody using a racial slur. It's ridiculous.
Why is this trying to mirror to
Why did it It's weird. It like sent me to the beginning. Weird.
I just lagged so hard, my dick fell into my scrotum.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh man, welcome to VRChat, ladies and gentlemen. But I guess Jesus, as I always used to say, Jesus hangs out with Jesus used to hang out with tax collectors and prostitutes. That means I hang out with the degenerates of VRChat.
I can turn off that ear and tail.
Can I ask you fine people a question?
How the fuck is there so many people now?
What's up, man? Can I ask you a question, friend?
This is suffering.
Come here, bitch. Let me spit in your mouth. Out of a small
Okay. Good talk, fam. Good talk. What's going on, fam? How we doing tonight? How we doing?
Sandwich was really good. That sandwich helped me a lot. And that Wawa. God damn.
I was lying too, you bitch.
Can I ask you fine people a question?
Can't do this shit at me.
Is it a fine question? Tell me right now. Is it a fine question?
Well, for fine people, I hope so. But I'll leave you to decide. The question is, what is the meaning of life?
Nothing.
Nothing. There's no meaning.
Only death.
Okay.
Jack shit. You live and you die. That's about
That's
it.
the meaning of the life.
Mindless entertainment.
But do you want to know honest answer?
For you is smoking
Yes.
Nick and sucking dick.
Okay, to pass knowledge.
It's been a minute since I've
To pass knowledge. Okay, what makes that meaningful?
Oh wait, hold on. I have to.
So every generation grow more knowledgeable, and at the end we're like God. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Somebody whose name starts with a V talked in my family. Must be the autism.
Anybody else have any thoughts on the question? What's the meaning of life?
You talking shit over here? Talking shit?
You don't want to know that answer.
I don't want to know. I
Honestly,
do,
standing
friend.
up is really making my balls hurt.
But I do, though.
I mean, I can take the pain away.
Shut your mouth, Scotty.
What?
A pillow. A pillow.
Shut. Cease.
How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Closed up now.
Cease.
No, I'm pretty good.
Good.
Go away.
Good. Thanks be to God.
Go next to Sandy. Go be on Sandy's right side.
I'm fine with you.
No.
All right.
go
Good
on
talk,
Sandy's
fam.
right
Take
side.
care. Oh boy, it's probably copyrighted music too.
Oh, really sheep.
I want Charles in charge of me. Charles, what's going on, friend?
I'm just like
trying to figure their figures out.
What?
Man, you've been smoking way too much.
Adolf, was that? Oh wait,
Ask
no,
him
no.
that. Go to ask Cracky.
Hey, ladies and gents, can I ask you fine people a question?
The guy in the middle gives freak rim.
Let me guess. You from Iowa?
No, dog. What's the meaning of life, friend? That's what I want to know.
Holy shit, a fellow knight. Look.
Is that fucking
fellow crusader.
Oh my goodness. Nobody wants to know the meaning of life. How disappointing. Should I try one more time? What do you think, fam? Should I go in there one more time? I think I should go in there one more time.
I don't fucking know. I never...
Just speaking for me personally, I could never do this because there were way too many people talking at the same time. My brain gets fried. Yeah, I hear you, friend.
Like I fuck it up all the time. Like there's just like the games are not like 1 and 2. It's like 1.
I can't handle like the gargling noises. We're going to a new world. We're going to a new world. Okay, I think we've run out of Black Cat instances. Let's go to the Great Pug. Great Pug's always good. Anybody remember Green Acres? Green Acres is the place for me. Farm living is the life for me.
He's staying up there. Where's he at?
Right here.
I don't think I got into the instance that I intended to. This doesn't look like it has 40 people in it. Nope, certainly doesn't.
Motherfucker!
That was dark.
Nope, 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 nope.
Let's go for this one. Actually, maybe we should have some music. I don't know. Should we have some music in the background? I think maybe some music would be helpful.
I think he's coming up with one.
What's going on, fam? How we doing tonight?
Yeah, not too bad. We're just waiting for a robot to make a joke.
Nice.
Yeah, it's loading. It's been loading for a long time now. I think this might be where we call it quits.
Can I ask you fine people a question?
That's always been a Mac person. Yeah, ask me a question, Pastor. I'm not saved, so if that's where you're going, then I'm open to hearing your pitch.
No. I'm asking, what is the meaning of life?
The meaning of life is to enjoy it and to have as many experiences as possible.
Okay.
And to live your own truth is what I would say. I would say there's no exact true truth, but whatever the many truths that are true to you happen to be the true one in this case. So that's kind of what I would say. What about you, Pastor Brock? What's your reason for this season? Your reason for waking up and getting out of the bed in the morning?
Well, I mean, you're cutting right to the chase there, Poe. I would say
yeah, I don't have a lot of time for bullshit.
I would say this, boss. I would say the most important thing in this life are relationships, right? I think regardless of your worldview, nobody's gonna sell their mother down the river for a Maserati. And so, if it's true, that
a million people who could do that. I would hold you there, but okay, you go ahead.
Okay, hey, what's up, boss? Good to see you again, man.
Hey, this is StayFat.
Hey, StayFat, good to see you. How's it going? So I would say if relationships are the most important thing in life, I think we could all agree on that. The most important relationship that I could be engaged in.
Big fucking jump. You just said we all agree on the purpose of life.
I said if. I said if. If we could all agree on that. I said if we could all agree on that, then I would say yeah.
You said we could all agree.
Oh, actually, you're right. Actually, I take that back. I misspoke. You're right. Right. I misspoke. I did say we can agree. Yes.
You did.
I apologize. If we can all agree that the most important thing in this life are relationships, the highest possible relationship of which I could be engaged would be with my creator. So I would say that's the meaning of life.
Here's my question.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty hot, actually.
If the purpose of life for you is relationships, are you in one?
That sounds pretty legit.
Yes. Yeah, I'm in several.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Pastor Brock.
Boss.
I want to hear about this. I want to hear about this creator in this town. Let's go. Let's get a booth.
All right, boss. You got it, man. So yeah, man.
All right, Pastor Brock.
Yeah.
So you got this creator guy that you know is apparently your favorite relationship.
Right.
The guy who created you. Is that the dude who created your avatar? Because it's a pretty sick avatar.
Well, no, actually, the guy who created my avatar. Oh man, why is my headset's critically low on energy? That's gonna really stink. I might have to relog and go to desktop. Poe, can I?
Oh my god.
Let's see. Okay, T-Jam. T-Jam, would you do me a favor? Would you stay right here for 1 second while I go into desktop mode? Because I want to rejoin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
I'll be here.
Yeah, my headset's gonna die in a second.
Lag. Cool beans, I'll be here.
Pastor
I'll be right back.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
20 seconds. Okay. Weird. Links to VRChat should now work for you. Okay, quit. Okay. All right, let's go into That's going to be a little bit more important now. Let's go into VRChat desktop mode. Hedonism and nihilism, yes, I would say so, friend. Was it T-Jam? T-Jam we're joining on? Let's do social, search T and T, Jam. There we go. Join. Scoot on in. Let's get set up here, friends.
I'd love for you.
Okay.
Like he says, relationships are the most important thing, and you gotta start one somehow.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, kill a swag. Kill a swag or chill. Can we give Mr. Pastor Brock here a spot?
Hey, what's up, fam?
Hey,
chill.
Why is it so loud? Okay, this guy. Yeah, I'm gonna mute this guy.
Yeah, that's how she blows.
Yep. Okay. So, anyways, I think you were asking Poe. You were asking about God. Yeah, like what is he like? Like that's a big question.
I was asking about your creator, but I guess if you're assuming your creator is a god, that's pretty cool.
Yes. Well, yeah, I suppose that's you bring up a good point. I mean, we could be. Hold on 1 second. Where is that coming from? Was it Chill? I think it's.
Yeah, I gotta mute Chill.
Okay, I gotta mute him too. Okay.
Yeah, they're right next to you over there.
Okay, gotcha. So, anyways.
Wait, I'm echoing?
No, you're good, Poe.
So, actually, hey, do you want to go, Poe? Do you want to go up to the top? It's kind of loud, dude. I can't hear you. Come up here. It's just too loud. It's just too loud down here. I can't even hear you, boss. Let's go up. Let's go all the way to the top. Going all the way up, as they say.
To the top.
All the way to the top.
The tippity top.
We're going to the skies.
That's so much better. Oh my goodness, I can finally hear.
Yes.
Thank goodness.
Since me and the crew have been to one of your Sundays.
Hey, that's okay. Is Poe coming? Oh, I hope Poe comes. What happened to him? Bummer face. Let me go see if I can find him. Poe! Poe's coming. Good. Wonderful. I was worried about you, boss.
Hey, we can sit on the couch.
I thought I had lost you.
Okay, the couches don't work. Let's go. We can pretend to sit on the couches.
I'll sit here.
So anyways, so you're right that I would say, at least as it comes to our existence here on Earth, you are free to posit that maybe we are seated by something less than a god, right? Like we could be seeded by alien life or something like that. I think
Like
the
a lawnmower.
yeah, a really sophisticated lawnmower. Yeah, I would say that when you look at biochemistry and microbiology and you look at abiogenesis, which is the study of how non-living
Let me
things.
pause you there for just a
Yeah.
second. Speaking of chemistry,
Yeah.
TJM and Lusum over here, a couple of the night, may I say. You guys are. I'm feeling some heat over here just from the residual sparks from what's going on over here. Sorry about that, Pastor.
No, you're good.
I just needed to
So-
wingman my friend over here.
No,
Also,
you're
let
good.
me get some knuckles over here.
There you go.
Let me get some knuckles. Oh,
okay.
Boom.
Okay.
Sorry.
So-
sorry. Yes, your creator, by the way,
So,
Pastor Brock.
yeah.
Please continue.
So I would say, I think the evidence is overwhelming that we're here with intention. Now, whether that intention comes from us being in a computer simulation or being seeded by alien life, I think that's got some question marks. Or I think you're free to posit those options, but I think the idea that we're here as far as a result of random chance, I think is just untenable. Like, I think there's no evidence that would make you lead that.
To your point, Pastor Brock, I am a plantain, so I was most definitely planted somewhere. In some
Plantain,
field
I love
for
it.
Consumption.
I love it.
See, I took over my own destiny. I fell off that tree one day. There was a little rat. There was a little rat that was trying to eat my ass. He dragged me off. And
Terrible.
I thought I was done for. I thought I was gonna be. Yeah, it was. Yeah, if there was a God, I hate him. But I was about to die.
Yeah.
I was about to be dragged away into some gutter. But I took the power within myself.
And you-
I searched deep down and
brought
I
about your own
sprouted these
sentience.
arms, I sprouted these legs.
Bro-
Yeah.
you-
And you know what I did? I beat the shit out of that rat.
You- out of
his family wouldn't even fucking recognize
out
that
of
motherfucker was
out
a
of
pile of goo when I was done with
out
him.
of force of will, you created your own sentience. I love it, man. All right.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But anyways, so
Live for that shit.
yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so yes. But I would posit that my creator is the God. Yep.
They have animations on.
He's the dude that made me fall off the tree and almost get eaten by a fucking rat.
Yes, I can see it. Hey, the gun down.
So Pastor Brock,
because
may I ask you
I don't know,
about
JT. That's a good question.
Did he just want it to be a dick move when he created bananas and plantains? Because everyone always comes up to me and says, "Oh, look at this guy. He's a banana.
No.
Bananas are sweet and they're fun and they're great." But then I'm a plantain. I'm not a sweet fruit. I am not. I mean, you might have recognized me by my demeanor. I apologize. I'll let you speak in a second.
No,
I am
you're
a
good.
dick. I do what I want. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not.
I know
so
what you mean.
He created me to be this way, and I get a little bit, a little choked up because my family, I was actually adopted by two bananas who constantly wanted me to be, something better than, I could be. And I wasn't constantly bringing a lively sweetness to each party. But,
You weren't
I did
banana
what I
enough for
could,
them.
so,
When it
you're
came to
definitely not a wild
accepting
banana.
you,
Yeah,
they said
banana
banana.
enough, so I left on my own.
Nah. They said banana.
Now, would your God
ask you?
Yeah.
Accept you for
let me posit a question real quick, Pastor Brock. Is your God infallible? Is his morals above ours, and is his understanding above ours? And
Yes.
is everything he do in this fucked up world okay? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that was an
Well,
easy answer.
here's the
Explain
thing.
why.
I would say that the God is not the only being with moral free agency, and so there's a whole lot of beings that exert an evil will. You and I being included among them. So I would say
TGM's exerting some evil will on Lutzum over there.
it looks like it. Looks like it.
I have a question.
What?
No
Yeah. Fire away, T.
About evil will and humans. Does that come purely from just humans' decision, by chance? Like what is in your mind the devil's influence on humanity?
Yeah, I think there are differences of opinion within the Christian Church on to what extent the devil influences our will.
I know.
But I would
Who cares
say
about yours?
Yeah, me? Okay. First of all, I would say we have moral free agency.
What interesting fact.
What pisses me?
Yeah.
When bananas interrupt me. Excuse me, when plantains interrupt me.
Here. I'm actually.
No.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to
Pastor
ask
Brock.
No, you're good. You're good, boss.
Okay, I'm refraining.
Thank you.
But I would say, so a lot of people, I think the biggest confusion that people who don't believe in God have about God is they say to themselves, if I were God, I would make everybody wealthy. I would make everybody comfortable. I would make everybody in constant orgasmic bliss 24/7. And when
they would habituate to that.
Yeah, what
they would habituate.
Well, yeah. I would say no. Such a world.
Fucking good.
Well, I know, right. I'm sure it does. Hold on one second.
I mean, you're God. You can just say that there is no habituation anymore.
Well, yeah, right. But here's the thing. Hold on one second. All right. So the reason why that's not good is God is interested in something more beautiful than that, right? As it says in the scriptures, my thoughts are higher than your thoughts, my ways are higher than your ways. There's something that God values. There's something that God values. There's something that God values even more than comfort, and that is love. Love is the most important thing to God. Love is like gold bullion to God. And so here's the thing, is only in a universe where I have the choice to not love can I choose to love. Let me make it practical in a situation. Imagine for a moment your little niece or nephew, let's say you have a little niece, and she comes in and says, I love you, Uncle Ivo. I wrote you this picture. It says, I love you, Uncle Ivo. And you're like, oh, I feel so loved. Yeah, Mom and Dad said I had to. Right, like now you don't feel loved, right? Because the little bugger didn't do it because she actually loved you, but just because Mom and Dad said they had to. And so
it also depends on the quality of the picture, obviously.
Well, obviously, but so love requires moral free agency, and it requires, I would say, also like love is also intimately connected to scarcity. Like think about the moments where you felt most loved in this life is probably in situations where somebody gave up something of value for you. Like I remember this one time my dad, we were in a Subway and you know, I'm a hungry little dude and I'm like
Subway as in like under the ground or
no, like a Subway sandwich, like the sandwich shop. And so I really hungry as young little boys are, and I'm like, Dad, I need another bag of chips. And he whips out this Kennedy silver dollar that he'd been holding on to since like 1960 whatever. And he was about to blow this coin that he had been hanging on to for like, what, 40 years or whatever?
He was about to blow the coin?
Well, yeah, he's about to like spend the coin to get me a bag of Doritos. And it's like, Dad, you can't do that. But he cared enough about my momentary discomfort of wanting to have another bag of chips that he was going to give up something of value, right? This is only Kennedy half dollars. Those things aren't common anymore. And so anyways, my point is that it's actually...
Did he end up wasting... I need to know the end of the story. Did he end up wasting the fucking coin?
No, because I said, Dad, you can't... I said, Dad, you can't do it. So anyways, my point is that
your dad doesn't love you. Okay.
My point is that when we sacrifice something of value, that's where love is found. And so actually that's why... I think that's behind the reason why scarcity is allowed to exist, is because it allows sacrifice. Sacrifice is at the core of love. And the reason, give me 10 more seconds. I know I've been rambling for a while. The reason why sacrifice is connected to love is because love is about worth. To say that I love you is to say that you are of worth to me. And how do we know how much you're worth? It's whether I'm willing to sacrifice for you or not. Boom. See, I got it in there.
One.
See, I got it.
Don't do okay, whatever.
All right,
you
so
give it time.
To the question.
Yeah, TJ, spit your truth,
devil. You know, like.
Hey, what's up, Suicide? Good to see you, boss.
Sometimes referenced in the Bible. What does that mean to you? I mean, about how that affects, you know, evil in people.
Sorry, say it again, T. I missed the very beginning of it.
Nieces and you know how the devil exists?
Yeah, right.
You know, in the Christian religion, and some ones it's more of an idea.
Mm-hmm.
But like, how does that affect evil in people and how it affects maybe their free will?
Yeah,
TJ, can I try to answer your question?
Shut up, Plantain. Nope.
What the fuck you talking about? Don't tell me shut up. That's evil. See, this is the evil kind of shit I was talking about. Pastor Brock was talking about selflessness just a moment ago. Did you not listen to a word? Did you not listen to a word that Pastor Brock just said? I think he answered your question and you weren't listening. He was saying that giving up, sacrifice, love. Yeah. And so
he was talking about how sacrifice can make the heart grow fonder.
Just because you called me out as a plantain.
Hey, Pastor Brock, you want to know something very interesting?
Yeah, boss.
Alright, so I looked up what biblically accurate representations of demons are, and most of the pictures are like chimeras of people and animals like fused together.
Like fused together.
So by that logic, that means that furries are demons.
Furries are demons.
I would say plantains are demons, personally.
By biblically,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, boss. So, hold on. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah. So let me say one thing, guys, if I can. By the way, I'm a Twitch streamer, and most of my content, I have daily Bible studies on Twitch. So check me out, twitch.tv/PastorBrockVR.
Typical American pastor.
What is that?
Jesus is king.
Capitalist forever.
I'm not trying to get any money. I'm trying to give some Bible, boss.
It's a good album.
By the way, Jesus is king.
I'll ask you a question about. Which card did you pick? Are you on Christianity? Is that your?
Oh yes.
Is that your cup of
yes.
tea?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how would you explain all of the money and how there's thousands of churches in the United States and how 90% of them, sorry, I would say 100% of them are used car salesmen that go around trying to get their nut, telling these poor motherfuckers that they gotta give 10% of their money every fucking Sunday just so they can drive around in their fucking Escalade with their little kids and say, oh, like we're so
just so they can go to heaven. No, you're a
Yeah.
good person.
Like, oh, you preying on people's fear of mortality
Oh, I
just to
don't-
tell them that you have
no,
some answer, even though you actually don't.
Interesting.
Just to piss everyone off and just to be like, yo, let me
Yeah.
get that money grubbing shit.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen plenty of pastors
Yeah.
in the news cheating on their wives, wearing their Gucci watches, trying to go up and tell. But see, that's why I disagree with you. You know, you said that relationships are the number one thing in the world. You know, fuck that. I'm about having a good time. I think T-Jam, if he wants to stick his, you know, whatever, his sausage into Lutz and have himself a good nut, that's his prerogative. Rimiru, if she wants to watch, she wants to watch, doesn't matter. You probably say there's two genders, like you fucking inconsiderate son of a bitch. You know, Evo over here, look at him dressed up. He's obviously a pimp. He obviously whores women out every night. And you know what? He makes money, and he's happy with the money he makes. And what if he gives it to his children? You know, what if he gives it to people who deserve it?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not about, but for you, I won't even judge you because you got this beautiful idea in your head that you got this horny pops upstairs and he's waiting for your ass and he's gonna say, you know, you're the bride of Christ. You know, come on in here, put on that white robe, and well, let's get to business. But what I'm saying is that denies the innate freedom inside each person.
No.
That denies the innate freedom.
Can I respond? Can I respond? So Poe, right? Like, so it sounds like you think like the height of humanity is to indulge whatever pleasure you want, but this goes back to what I was saying with love.
Experience.
Well, yeah, well, you can call it whatever you want, but my point
Love
is
is an experience.
no, okay, yeah,
It's one of them.
no, but here's the point: is that love is expressed in forsaking certain experiences for the benefit of another, right? Like, you know, I was talking to, well, I don't know if I want to tell that story right now or not.
God, that sounds really boring.
No, it's not. It's the one thing that's not boring, Poe. Because here's the thing, dude. Like, as a pastor, I've been to like dozens of gravesides where, you know, you got this 85-year-old woman burying her 87-year-old husband, and I've never heard a widow or a widower say in that situation, oh man, I'm so glad that broad is dead. I'm so glad that I don't have to listen to her crap anymore. Hold on, Poe, give me a second, boss. Hold on, 1 second. Let me just finish my thought. Hold on, boss. So here's the thing: is the one thing that's perpetually novel, the one, like, we get new iPhones, new cars, new whatever. The one thing that's perpetually novel are relationships. He would love that. That husband would love to have his wife for another whole lifetime. He loves her so dearly. So it's the one thing that's perpetually good enough. Oh my, Poe.
Dude,
okay,
that's like
bro.
momentary.
Okay, so Poe, let me ask you, boss. I bet you're probably under the age of 25. Go at that for another decade, and bro, see how empty and vain that is, man. There's nothing to it. Like, it's total
it
vanity.
on how much effort you put in.
No, it's total there's nothing to it. It's completely empty. It's completely trite. There's nothing satisfying about that. What's satisfying is love, boss.
Okay, well, you could say it's love, but you know, what happens if you're in a marriage for 10 years and then that love decides to be like, oh, goodbye?
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about the people
It gets
together.
boring because you're
what
in
if
a
that
midlife
bitch was like, you know,
crisis.
it says,
Yeah, let's talk about
it
it.
gets boring because,
Yeah.
you know, humans are not designed to be with people for that
Oh, I
long.
disagree.
So that little thing, you
I
know, that
disagree.
you have love
They're
in your
not
brain.
designed to?
You hit the
What does that
shit
even mean?
No,
I'll
it's
let me,
not.
hold on, let me
You know,
talk.
like,
We're
supposed to go
around and, like, reproduce with this
from an
baby.
No, hold on, let me-
evolutionary standpoint
let me-
of how you hooked up.
Yeah. So let's
Right, no,
let's
Brock,
talk about
Brock,
that,
you
Poe.
jump in,
So
buddy.
yeah, like so let's say there's a situation where, you know, I got the 7-year itch and I want to go, you know, mess around with someone else. I mean, here's the
What about 2?
Okay, well, here's the thing: is like this goes back to what I was saying with love, right? Is that okay? So love is you. The way that you expressed love a minute ago is you made it sound like love was an emotion, right? Like it's something like what if we're going around for a couple years
No, love is
and we don't love each
sacrifice,
other?
as you said.
No, but here's the thing: love is a verb. Right? It's like jumping,
Yeah, I know. So,
walking.
let me give
It's
an
something I
example
can
of that.
choose to
So
do.
if I'm married,
It's something I
if
can
I'm
choose
married
to
for
do.
2 years,
Yeah.
My wife can love me. She can
Yeah.
love me, you know, by you know, making me breakfast in the morning. I've had
Yeah, it's a
that
choice.
experience. It's very wonderful. She
Okay.
can love me by, you know, just kissing me when I'm
Yeah.
going out the door. You
She
know,
can.
just, you know,
Listing
showing a
one-off
little
experiences.
physical.
No,
Yeah,
but
I
I'd
am.
say those are instantiations of love. That's
listing
fine.
my stuff. Or, you know, if it's
yeah.
the 2-year itch,
Yeah.
and I want to, you know, plow the fields that I
Yeah.
want to plow,
Yeah.
she can love me by letting me do that. I mean, that is, you know, that is a
No.
true
No,
expression
but
of
you're not
allowing
loving
free-
her.
Wait, what do you mean?
You're not loving her. Because you're choosing your own, like that. Here's the thing, and this is actually, I
No,
think, one of the
she's
best
loving
arguments
me.
for monogamy. No, that's so twisted, man. That's so twisted. Like, no, you should love her enough to forsake your orgasms, man. You should love her more than your orgasms, right? You should be willing to
We are our
forsake.
orgasms.
No, we are not
Have
our
you ever been
orgasms.
just inner core?
No.
Have you been ever just like 2 snails going at it with your spouse? Just fucking, just like you don't even know where she starts and where you begin. That is the true expression of love.
No,
if I
that's
ever
not.
heard it.
No, that's selfishness. There's nothing. There's
I bet
nothing
you only do
beautiful.
missionary.
There's no. Well,
Hey,
okay.
Pastor Brock.
Okay, hold on. We got a lot going on.
If somebody were to return the favor, would it be
At
justified?
least sometimes it's funny. And
Yeah.
Joe, I'm gonna go back downstairs.
All right, boss. Take care. Yeah, Cyanium, go
The
ahead.
banana plantain thing. That was a little funny.
No, it was funny.
a
Go
good
ahead,
one.
Cyanium. Go ahead, boss.
I'll see you when I see it.
All right, boss. See ya.
Okay.
Oh, are we crashed? I think we might be crashed.
Yeah.
No. I think remove it.
Oh shit.
I think
Can
Poe's
you move?
crashed. I have my safety
Remember?
settings up, so this prevents me.
Crash.
Remove is gone, dude.
Yeah, it's
They're
a bunch
gone.
of gibberish. It's a bunch of gibberish, Jay, but it is what it is, man.
Yeah, I think. Okay.
I think they're crashed.
You're active. Okay. Yeah, he's
So,
also crashed. Well,
yeah, I
that
think
was
I'm
a
actually.
fun little discussion.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna move on because I don't. Yeah, I wanted to talk to some people about God, and I don't think Poe's really in for listening about that. So I think I might head on down the road. You guys are welcome to join on me though.
All right, have fun, okay?
Yeah, I think I'll put a portal down.
Keep doing what you're doing in
Thanks,
your heart,
boss.
whatever.
I appreciate it, man.
Yep.
All right, let's see here. Let's do this bad boy. Actually, let's do. Wait, there's the 28. Let's do that. The 28. Drop portal. Go. Yeah, no, it's not. There's nothing beautiful going on in that conversation. There's no real chance to talk to somebody. I'll try to be there Sunday night. Oh, that'd be awesome, man. What's going on, fam? Can I ask you fine people a question?
Yes, God,
I have an answer.
Yeah, so the question is, what is the meaning of life?
To give life a meaning.
To give life a meaning? What'd you say, Andrew?
I'm too damn old to figure this kind of question out. No.
To give life a meaning. How old are you?
I can guarantee
technically.
I'm probably the oldest one
Or
in this room.
technically. 42.
42, yeah.
voices
Hitchhiker's
alone.
Guide to the Galaxy. Very nice.
Hey.
Any other
I'm a
thoughts on the
weeb.
meaning of life?
How old?
I usually don't say my age.
Explanation of life.
Old. We'll go with that.
Why is that the meaning of life?
A walking cheese grater. Shut your bitch ass
No
up.
other wife, so must exterminate.
What you sound like?
Interesting.
You sound like you got a
Interesting.
dick in your throat.
Down? 37.
Okay, good talk, fan.
Older than that. I am back. I just cracked.
Oh, hey, Sayani. I'm looking for a new conversation. Keep talking, though.
You said that love is a verb.
Yeah.
Technically, it's a noun.
It is a noun, too. It is a noun as well, but it is a love as well. Or it is a verb as well. Yeah, yep. It can be used in a lot of different ways.
And an adjective.
That's true. That's true. Is it an adjective? Wouldn't it be lovely? Can you use just love as an adjective?
So there you go. So I can't think of an example right now, but
It sounds like that would be a
grammatically
thing.
Speaking, it would be allowed. Mostly because most ideas.
Oh, how about a
are
love song?
Every.
Would that be an adjective? A love song? A song?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
It's describing the song.
Yep.
That might scare off Daleks. I've never tried. You could say that's a clarifier, like as in, kind of like the.
That's true, Reed.
Describe and more
That's
of
exactly
like
true.
As a type, a subtype.
Yeah.
Which I don't think that counts as a adjective or an adverb or.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go on to a new instance. Do you want me to drop a portal? So you can, I'm trying to find a conversation with some new people.
Sorry
but
about
you
my
keep going.
friend, the other file.
Oh, you're fine.
Bellator.
Oh, you're good, boss.
He no, when he said the thing about when you were walking over to my group and.
I don't think I knew that one.
Huh?
I don't think I heard it. I may have not heard it.
No, you. Apparently, he didn't realize his mic was unmuted.
Oh, okay, no worries. Oh, was he just like talking or something like that?
No, the guy that said something very intense.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The German. The
Oh,
German.
Gotcha. For some reason, like, it's super pixelated. I don't know why my VRChat desktop experience is so pixelated. What's streamer mode? Streamer mode allows you to hide information about your location and your display name while using VRChat. Also hides some methods users can get content on your screen, like images and thumbnails. This can be useful for streaming. Oh, interesting. What does that do? Let's try that.
But it also rejects every friend request.
Oh, does it? Streamer mode does?
Yes.
Oh.
So, for you specifically, I don't know, since you like to friend people.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm going to go on to another one. I'll drop a portal for us, though. All right. Yeah, 'cause this only has 11 people in it. What's the deal with that? Let's drop portal. Yes, so Greek does have better words for love, right? Like there's a distinction there. I totally agree with you there, Reed. Totally agree with you.
No, because I'm actually a
Oof.
society that has its job and goes and does things and doesn't act like a fucking edgelord on the internet for brownie points.
Brownie points.
Solely hates me.
I just love that.
Oof, what is this song? This sounds like copyrighted material. So it is.
What are the games?
Yeah, a lot of people. Visitors mostly.
I can tell you what I have. I haven't been playing a lot.
Visitors. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I have.
Yo, what's up?
That your point of view of love is in part defined by the Christian view of love.
Oh, sure.
Which places emphasis on martyrdom.
Yeah.
And
sure.
Giving up for your lover.
Yeah.
While there's different cultures that kind of control
Right.
their view on love.
Right.
Like,
So-
there's being raised by
Here, come over here, Sayani. I'm sorry, it's so loud in here. Come over here.
Holy shit. Like in some cultures, jealousy is
Oh
an
gosh, it's so loud.
form of love, while others it's seen as a bad thing.
Right. That's true. That's true. There we go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so it's interesting though, like behind the way that you phrase that there, Sayanium, is like, okay, you said like, okay, so your worldview is influenced by the Christian idea. And I think we have this idea that like, Christianity doesn't present itself as one of a pantheon of worldviews, right? I mean, fundamentally the question, at least for Christianity, is it true, the claim that God speaks through Jesus Christ, right? Because if that's true, if God, the very creator of the cosmos, the infinite and almighty one, is the one that speaks through Jesus, it's not just one worldview of many, right? It is the truth, capital T.
Yes.
So
Christianity had to do that in its formation because they realized if they hadn't made it more abstract, it would be very hard to grow as a religion.
I don't think there's any progression on this. I don't think you see. There's no evidence of Christian communities saying that they're just one of a pantheon, and then there was this later accretion that kind of got added on to Christianity that said Christianity, we've got to really tighten the strings in here and say we're the only ones that have the truth. I don't think you have any evidence of that.
Christianity started out as a type of Judaism, correct?
No, I mean, depending on what you mean by that. I mean, what do you mean by type of Judaism? Is it merely a Jewish sect? Yeah, Jesus was of course a Jew. Yep.
And all his followers were.
Yes, that's true.
So that means that Christianity, at least in the early stage, started out as a subsection of Judaism.
I mean, depending on what you mean by that. See, I would say it's true that that Christianity has Jewish roots. If that's all you mean, yes. But I would disagree with the idea that Christianity,
the Old Testament.
Yeah, of course. But I would disagree. I don't think I would consider an accurate phrase to say that Christianity is just a sect of Judaism.
I don't mean that in the sense of now. It is far outgrown that.
Well,
I meant in the beginning, it started as a subsection.
Well, I mean, again, depending on what you mean that, but I would disagree with the notion that the Christian church of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th centuries is somehow substantially different from the Christianity of Jesus and his apostles. I think there are certainly some progressions and accretions, but it's not some sort of like fundamentally different thing. It's not like it started off as a platypus and now it's a lion or something like that. I mean, it's not fundamentally there's not this radical change in teaching that occurs between the teaching of the apostles and
going from a bear to a seal.
Yeah, I would disagree with that.
Think about pretty close. Same basic anatomy ish, but fundamentally has changed quite a lot.
I disagree. What evidence would you point forward that Christianity is changed a lot over the centuries?
Well, I mean, first of all, when it was first formed, circumcision was still like a part of it, and that was one of its major departures from Judaism.
No, the Apostle Paul talks about this. No, well, the Apostle Paul talks about this in the Epistle to the Galatians, that there were some teachers that had come by. Hold on once, it's so loud. Hold on. That's really annoying. I wish I knew who that was. I did turn off Avatar Volume. I think that's somebody's playing it through their mic. But anyways, so there was a group of people that created this false doctrine that you as a Christian must become circumcised to be saved. They pulled it out of their butt. This was not something that Jesus ever taught. This is not something that the 12 apostles ever taught. There's this group. Oh my goodness, that's so annoying. If you can find out who his name is, that'd be great, Silver. But anyways, this was an invention of some dudes later on. It was not part of the original Christian message.
Are you claiming that Christianity is a whole, in a sense, a whole new development as opposed to slowly splitting off and becoming its own? From the start,
yes,
it was
correct.
its own.
Correct. Yeah.
Then why would they observe the Old Testament?
Well, I mean, depending on what you mean. I mean, again, these are kind of ambiguous categories. What do you mean by completely different? What do you mean by okay? So I would say, let me define that for how I would say it. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Or if you want to define it, I can tell you.
Okay, alrighty. Okay, I would say my idea is that it was formed as subsection and slowly grew and brought changes until it formed its own religion. At some point, I don't know when in history.
Yeah, there's no
and
evidence
you're
of
claiming
that. Yeah.
And from what's coming off to what you're saying to me, at least I understand, is you're saying that it kind of, since its inception of Jesus Christ living and gaining followers.
Hey, brah.
Hey, what's up, boss?
Considered its own relation from.
Why are you being voted kicked?
I don't know if it was. I mean, yes, I would. I guess yes, I would say it was considered its own religion, right? I mean, you see even in the Book of Acts, which is accounting for events, just within years of Jesus' resurrection. You have actually I take that back. Not within years. You have so Pentecost is 50 days after Jesus' resurrection. From 50 days after Jesus' resurrection, you begin to see Christians being cast out of the Jewish synagogues, being considered other, at least by the Jewish community. I would say the Christian community saw themselves as separate from Judaism, and certainly within 50 days of actually even by Jesus' crucifixion itself was the rejection of the Jewish community of Christ and his message. So I would say both sides were saying at the earliest days of Christianity that these are two separate movements. Now certainly there are carryovers of Judaism into Christianity because those things are true. I would say fundamentally what Christianity is, if it's true at all, is the capital T truth. And there's a lot of capital T truth throughout the Old Testament, and whatever is true in the Old Testament is retained within Christianity. So again, I think it really just comes to mean by what you define separate and different. But I think that's pretty clear.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I meant as in if you were to make a larger group that encompassed both Christianity and Judaism, and you could see as slowly over time Christianity goes away from it.
Yeah.
It may have started as that.
I fundamentally disagree that there's this slow accretion of Christian doctrine, at least in any fundamental way. Like, okay, so for example,
weren't some of the books in the Bible written after Jesus' death?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I would say the entire New Testament is written after Jesus' death.
Religion changed.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't change. Why would you say? Why is it? Why is that? Why does it mean that? Why does it mean that the religion? Yeah, yeah. I was a Lutheran pastor. Yeah, I'm not currently a pastor, but I was. I'm.
Hold on. I am crashing.
Okay.
Can you hear me at all? Or no?
I can. Yep, I can hear you.
Because my screen's just shaking.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, boss.
I'll have to. I'll restart my VRChat. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. What's up, Silver? Good to see you, boss. Yeah, read Psalm 22, by the way. I'm just seeing your comments now. It's a shame English never adopted those different words for love, right? Like, you're right, man. It is completely ridiculous that the same word describes I love ice cream as I love my wife. Like, that's totally absurd. Yeah, there's a reason why Greek has different words for love. Hey, what's going on? Korean symbols or Japanese symbols?
It's Mel syndrome.
Is what? Oh, hey Mel. What's up, man? Good to hear you. Good to see you, boss. How's your day going?
It's going alright.
Good. Oh yeah, no, I was just on Silver Knight's hand here. Whoa, weird. What happened? Silver Knight's gone. I was on his
Okay, I'm back.
I was perched on him. Oh, perfect.
Okay, so which was one of the major departures from the Catholic Church that ultimately started the Protestant movement.
Yeah.
Isn't Protestant literally mean of protest?
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. I mean, most Lutherans that I would say the Lutherans that are worth their salt would actually not call themselves Protestants, but evangelical Catholics. That's the better term. That's the more historic term for Lutherans.
So you believe that absolutely everything that's told in the Bible that happened?
Yes. I mean, so one of the things that like it well, again, like depending, that could be heard a lot of different ways. I would say the most simplistic answer that I could give is yes, but that's going to come with a lot of caveats and a lot of, that's not going to be a sufficient answer to that question, but close enough. Yes. Yeah, thank you. That's a good way of phrasing it, saying it. With an asterisk, yes. By the way, it's weird, like I'm hearing you from over here. It's kind of strange.
Wait, you're hearing who from over where?
I'm hearing in my headset you coming from like over this direction instead of where you are.
Am I not in front of you right now?
Yeah, you're in front of me right now, but the sound sounds like it's coming from over here. But
oh, weird. Yeah, VRChat is got all kinds of bugs.
Yeah. Here, I'm going to stand where I think you're. There you go. Move right there. Let's see if that works. Try talking now.
Okay. Does this?
No, it still sounds like it's coming out of my left ear. That's so annoying. Anyways, it's all good though. Keep going.
Okay. So, okay. So even this Protestant movement as a whole is a massive change to Christianity.
Yeah, no, I would disagree with that. So I would say that if Lutheranism has any value whatsoever, it should be that
I'm talking Protestants as a whole.
I know. Yeah. Well, I can't speak for Protestants as a whole. I'm just simply saying that if Lutheranism has any value whatsoever, it should be the faith that the apostles taught and not some new thing, right? Like that I would say this goes for any Christian group. Every Christian group, if you're in that group, you should believe that this is the unchanged doctrine of the apostles themselves, that the apostles themselves believed, taught, and confessed what your church believed, teaches, and confesses, and without change.
Years.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't...
Language changes. Words.
Yeah,
have you ever
sure.
played a game of telephone?
Of course. But yeah, I'm glad you bring up telephone. Telephone's good because that's one of the reasons why I'm reading the Ante-Nicene, Nicene, and Post-Nicene Fathers. It's this 16 million word volume of the teaching of the earliest Christian theologians. And so I'm reading that precisely so that I better understand the teaching of the earliest Christians. You know, you're absolutely right. And here's the other thing I would add. I would maybe for a moment bolster your case for a moment. And that is words only have meaning in a particular community, right? Like, for example, one of my friends on VRChat here, his name is Deceased Pixel, and he taught me the word based, B-A-S-E-D, and apparently that means, for some groups, that means really good. Oh man, these muffins are based. Now, obviously, in his community, the word based has a very different meaning than it has in any other English-speaking community that doesn't recognize that meaning of the word based.
Common slang term nowadays.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, I mean, ask anybody over the age of 30, and they're not gonna recognize that meaning, right? So that word based, in that sense, only has meaning within the community of under 30-year-old people. So, and so my point is and so then how do we know what the Bible means, right? If words only have meaning in community, I would say by reading the church fathers, by reading these earliest Christians, we enter into their community and we have a better understanding of what the words meant to them. And so when someone, like, for example, there, with all due respect to Baptists, right? Baptists believe that the earliest Christians did not baptize infants. But when I listen to the early Christian church fathers and realize that literally every Christian group in the earliest ages baptized infants, I enter into their community and I have a better understanding of what the word baptism means as a result. So I would say we can go back 5 seconds. And so I think we can go back and go back in the game of telephone. The game of telephone wouldn't work if you could ask the second person, hey, what did you hear? Right? Because you'd be able to modify the thing that had been carried down to you, and you'd be able to go back to the earlier word. And so that's what I think we can do as Christians by listening to the early Christian communities. Thanks for hearing me out. I know it's kind of a tirade.
Okay, I completely forgot what I was going to say. My brain is breaking.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I was rambling for a while.
Baptizing.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's fine. So baptism can take many different forms, even within an actual church organization. It can be different slightly from church to church, or even from priest.
Wow, thanks so much for that, Suwu Asad.
Whatever noun they use. So, and the thing is, the meaning can change to person. Like some people might view it as more of a blessing,
right?
Or asking for a blessing, or possibly as asking for more of a pre-request to be one with God, in a sense, before dying, before going to heaven or whatever. Whatever they depict as their processes.
Sure. Yeah, and
so,
go ahead.
So are you necessarily certain that in their minds what the common view of that type of baptism was?
Yes.
Was it more of a blessing, or more of a blessing request?
Right.
Or what?
Yeah, so like for example, if let's say some person like I'm reminded of that thing from Peter Pan where Wendy gives Peter a kiss and it's actually a thimble, right? And so Peter thinks he's getting a kiss from Wendy when she hands him a thimble. But Peter's wrong. That is not a kiss. A kiss is when you put your lips against someone and press against their cheek or wherever, I guess. Hold on. Let me hear me out. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you, Sandy. Let me finish my thought, please.
Sorry.
No, you're good, boss. So I would say that, certainly people can have a whole varied understanding of words. But that doesn't mean that there's a correct understanding of a word, or that rather that word has a very specific meaning. Like, so you talk about like there's all these different words that baptism could mean. It could mean just a blessing. It could be a washing, right? But I would say that very clearly the Christian church has given content to that word baptism, has defined it, and it's not merely just a well wish. It's not merely, I would respectfully say our Baptist friends would define baptism as an outward symbol of an inward change of heart. I would say that is not consistent with the definition of the earliest Christian church fathers. They saw this as a miracle, that God was actually acting upon the person, actually changing them. It was a radical encounter with God himself, that God was actually uniting himself to this person in baptism in a very physical, tangible way. And so when the Baptist says, baptism is just an inward change of an outward symbol of an inward change of heart, I can point to Cyril of Jerusalem. I can point to Athanasius of Antioch. I can point to Ignatius of Antioch. I can point to Justin Martyr, right? And I can point to these guys and say, no, that is not how these church fathers use that term. They saw it as a miracle, as an actual powerful encounter with God. Hold on. That is so annoying. Hold on one second. Someone's making a sword. So anyways, so that would be my point, is when you read these Christian and see, actually, if you'll indulge me 10 more seconds, words, the first time you hear a word, you don't really understand what it is. Like, remember the first time I heard based, I was like, what the bleepity bleep is he talking about? I have no idea what this means. But then if someone says 10 minutes later, they say, oh, dude, those shoes are so based. And then 15 minutes later, oh man, this muffin is so based. The more time that word is used, the more clear your indication of what the word based means. And so I think that's exactly the other advantage that the early Christian church fathers have, is that they give us an every time they use these words and preach on these words and discuss these words, we have a more clear picture of what the word baptism means. And again, it's within that community of the earliest Christians that they get to define the words. And there's always going to be, there's always going to be, and to Cyanium, to your point, there's always going to be little nuance. You know, Basil the Great may use the word baptism in a slightly different way than Cyril of Jerusalem, but it's not like one is saying, oh, this is just an outward symbol of an inward change of heart, and the other one's saying it's a miracle. No, they're saying all a miracle, and on other points are it's an actual encounter with God, and they might emphasize little points. So there is a little bit of variation within the word. I don't deny that, but that doesn't mean that those little tiny variations don't mean that we don't have some conception of what the word baptism actually means. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, so I do psychedelics every once in a while, and
hey, what's up, Caspo? Hype, good to have you, friend.
I've ever learned from them is the fact that perception and consciousness as a whole is pretty fluid.
Yeah.
But also, fluid isn't even a right word for it. It's more gaseous, I would say, in that it can change in so many different ways, and the understanding is something that is not everyone understands the same thing. Even if they understand the meaning, the very concept in their head can change how it's perceived.
Yeah.
How it exists in their mind, in your consciousness.
True. Right. No, that's exactly right.
And
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
How do I put this? I honestly don't know how to explain to someone that has not really experienced any kind of drastic
altered state
changes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I can have some conception of it. I think I can have some conception of it. Maybe not, but I think I can. Yeah, so Caspo, you just type in VRChat.
The way my friend kind of put like that whole like fucking like LSD stuff is like, imagine putting like tie-dye in water, you know? Like you think, oh, it's tie-dye.
Let me elaborate LSD for you. It's really easy.
Like,
it's the most miserable experience that you'll ever do in your life. You go into a psychosis that's auditory and visually hallucinatory. It's the worst thing ever.
So, but if I can say something on that, Cyanium, you talked about like the altered state. So there's this great song by the Moody Blues that kind of, I'm sure they did a whole bunch of acid. That if you listen to the Moody Blues, like it's like all an acid trip. And so in this one song, they're talking about maybe, you know how at nighttime like red becomes gray, and like in the darkness, some of these colors lose their vibrancy, and it kind of brings up the point that who's to determine which is which. In the song, it says who and we determine what is right and what is an illusion, right? So basically, the point is maybe the colors as they appear at nighttime, that's their true colors, and actually during the daytime, that's the illusion. It's actually warping the truth when you look at them in the light of day. That's kind of the point in that song. And so, and I think that's kind of what you're getting at, right? Is who's to determine, if consciousness is fluid, who gets to determine what reality really is, right? And so I think this is what it goes back to, again, with a God, right? Is that God gets, going back to that song, God gets to determine what is right and what is illusion, right? He gets to determine what is reality and what is a distortion of reality, what is truth and what is fallacy. And so, so that's what I would say is he's the referee.
As I increasingly delve into my own perception and ideas and how they can break down.
Thanks so much, Cabo.
To me, it seems
appreciate the Cosbo.
like
Thanks for the sub.
How I put. I think that one of the reasons that God created us is that He actually lacks the ability to perceive. He is so omniscient and so complete that there is no idea of. He is unable to comprehend non-absolutism.
Have you asked Him about it? Have you asked Him if that's true? maybe here's the thing: is maybe we should listen to what God has to say. You know, like we always, Mark Twain put it best. He said, "In the beginning, God made man in His image, and ever since then, man's returned the favor." We like to cater God. Like you ask 50 people in VRChat tonight, and you'll get 50 different conceptions of God. Like, dude, like what if God is like a massive platypus? And like he's kind of feeling his way with his bill through the right, you'll get 50 conceptions of God, but maybe we should humble ourselves and say, God, what are you like? And maybe you might be surprised if you actually find an answer.
God is a giant croissant.
Ron Wyatt.
2 or 3 in the
Wyatt.
morning.
Not right now, Cosmo. I'd be happy to in a little bit.
Everything, and is the absolute in the sense of both. We are merely a part of Him. Everything that exists in the universe is God. But I don't think, for at least from what I understand, I don't think God is the right term. Rather, the everythingness would be much better, because it is not conscious in that sense.
Well, why do you say He's not conscious? Okay, so how are we determine whether it's true that God is conscious or He's not conscious? Like why do you believe that that's the case? Could it be the answer is you find it satisfying, that conception of God? Right? And I think we all have like different ideas that we like. And this goes back to that Mark Twain quote, right? By the way, we have hello there in the chat. Hello there. Hello, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Don't do it, Anakin. I have the high ground.
I believe that consciousness is him trying to create a way of perceiving himself in a not absolute way.
Why though? Why do you believe that to be the case?
Because
you imagine being an infinite would have its own limitations, and it makes sense that if that's a limited existence, that maybe you would create so you could see yourself. Like that all makes sense. Like I can see that's a very interesting idea, Cyanium. I get that. There's an attraction to that. That's an interesting idea. It sounds satisfying. It certainly explains a lot of the conceptions of life. Kind of reminds me of that Gazert egg video. But again, just because something is satisfying doesn't make it true, right? And so I don't think we should.
I mean, I could say the same thing about Christianity. So.
Well, right, but I don't merely believe Christianity because it is satisfying. I believe in Christianity fundamentally, like the bottom evidence of which I base my faith on is the same evidence that the Apostle Paul said you should base your faith on when he said, if Christ is not raised from the dead, you are of all people most to be pitied, right? Like, so if it's not true that Christ is raised from the dead, you like everybody should pity you because you're following down this path that is a complete lie, right? So if it's true that Jesus is resurrected from the dead, then I should believe what Jesus has to say about God and not about myself. And so I think there's a whole host of evidence on why we should believe that Jesus is resurrected from the dead. I'd be happy to share that if you're interested.
Okay, let's hear your personal reasons for believing in Christianity.
Yeah, well, I would start with the resurrection from the dead. So you want me to give reasons for believing in the resurrection from the dead? Okay. Yeah. So I usually like to start off with this image of 3 and 3, right? There are before I can get into the second part of the answer, we have to begin with agreeing on 3 historical facts. These are not Christian facts. These are historical facts. Even the famous Christian turned atheist Bart Ehrman from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who was a Christian and is now a devout atheist, would agree with me on these 3 historical facts. 1, there was a man named Jesus of Nazareth. 2, Jesus was crucified by the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, and 3, on the third day his tomb was found empty. Now, the tomb being empty could be a result of a whole host of natural phenomena, perfectly natural reasons, or it could be, as I posit, a supernatural resurrection. So we're going to get into the different scenarios and possibilities for why the tomb might be empty. But before we can go forward, we have to agree on those 3 facts, or at least for the sake of argument, agree on those 3 facts. Do you have any dispute of those 3?
We'll make the assumption that all those are correct.
Okay, fair enough. Very good.
For the sake of
just for the sake of
discussion.
Yeah, and if there was one of them that you're like, I don't know if we can really even nail that down, I'd be happy to get into it. I have a whole host of argumentation on why we should believe those 3 things are the case, but that's fine. Let's just maybe get to the meat of it. Assuming those 3 things are true, you have in essence 3 choices to choose from as far as an explanation for why the tomb was empty and after Jesus' crucifixion. And if you can posit a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, or 73rd, if you have more possibilities, we can certainly entertain those. But I think chiefly you have 3 options to choose from. Option number 1, the apostles knew that that Christianity was complete BS. They stole the body of Jesus, dragged him into a ditch somewhere, and said Jesus is alive, even though knowing full well that he was dead. Right? They lied about it. They made Christianity up. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is that the apostles are very sincere in their belief that Jesus was resurrected from the dead, but they hallucinated it, right? People say they've seen dead people all the time. You get some person that says, I swear I saw grandma next to the frosted mini wheats in Walmart, right? Like, just having the experience of someone risen from the dead doesn't mean that they actually are, right? So that's option number 2, that this is just a hallucination, and that would, well, we can get why that might be a good explanation in a moment. But the third option is that that Jesus was actually resurrected from the dead, as he said. Now, again, there are some other options, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever, however many number, but the atheists, the lead atheists usually follow on the first 2. And so, but if you want to pause another one, we can talk about it. Okay, so let's go to option. Actually, I'll pause here. Any questions, thoughts, comments before I make an argument? Actually, for option number 1 and 2.
Okay, I'm gonna point something. I don't think that necessarily Christianity is wrong.
Yeah.
But for me, I think it is a point of perception that has been created within the existence that is everything.
Why do you believe that?
And that, well, okay. One thing that I have realized is that technically there's no real way for me to prove that the world exists outside my own head.
True. I agree with that.
I can prove I have perceptions.
Yep.
I can prove that there is a logic in this world, or at least there seems to be.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, it could be my own head.
True.
Just working out
Exactly.
beforehand.
Exactly. Very true.
Right.
Like all these other minds that I'm encountering could just be, a computer program. They don't actually exist. Right.
Well, not computer program.
Well, okay, maybe not necessarily computer program, but they could be illusions. They could be illusory.
I mean, illusion is kind of shaped by the word that it's fake.
Yeah.
But could I not say that color is an illusion? Because if I go look into the science of things, there's only a wavelength or a mixture of wavelengths or whatever. Hell, that's not even really its true wavelength. My screen works off of RGB. So it's just a mixture of red, green, and blue. Mostly green in this case.
Yeah.
My hands are mostly green and blue. And then this is the void.
Yeah.
So I don't personally, I don't even know if this how I put this. The way that I view the world is very abstract, and I do not I truly cannot even answer the question of if it exists.
Yeah.
Or but this is an illusion, and I am actually one with everything that is trying to comprehend the only selected.
Yeah.
The perception. The
right. There's no way to get outside of yourself to prove that what you're seeing is correct. So I agree with that. So Cyanium, one of the things I was hoping to talk, I hope this doesn't sound in any way disrespectful. One of the things I was hoping to do is I was hoping to talk to some people about Christ, and I'm recognizing that this is kind of going into a real deep philosophical bent, and I really like having these conversations. Like they're really mentally stimulating. No. I really enjoyed this conversation, and I'm actually reluctant to leave it because I'm having so much fun talking about it. But like, here's the thing: is if you so the Christian perception of the world is that we're in essence all on the Titanic, right? And so one of the things I have to think about is how can I best get as many people into the lifeboats, right? And so I've got limited time, and so one of the things I was hoping to do is to talk to some new people about Christ if I can. So I hope that's not in any way. I hope you don't mind if I.
23.
What was that, boss?
Leviticus 22:23.
What is this? Lay with man. Yeah. You want to talk about
it? No.
Okay.
I already break 22 and 20.
Yo, wait, is that the one where it's anti-gay?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. We could talk about it, but that's again. So anyways, I'm gonna head out, Cyanium, but let's talk again sometime, boss. I really enjoyed it. You're a really smart guy. And so I really enjoyed it, but I think I'm gonna try to spend some more time talking to some new people if that's okay. What is that, Pyre?
It's like 11. Jeez.
All right.
Nothing. Go on, Pastor.
All right, boss. Take it.
God bless you.
Thank you, man.
Dude, it's
Appreciate
like
it.
11. My buddy Felix must be fucking up by now.
It's 11:32. Yeah, it's late. All right, see you, boss.
Yeah, got him.
So it's weird. Like, I don't want to give the impression that I'm like, I am trying to have meaningful relationships with people regardless of their religion, but like, there are literally tens of thousands of people on here that need, I'm of the opinion that need to encounter their creator. Like, that's the most important thing that they could possibly have tonight. Like, the greatest experience that I could possibly share with them is that they're loved by God and God wants a relationship with them. And so I realized I've been talking to Cyanium for like 45 minutes, an hour, and probably even, and that time could have been more spent showing the most beautiful and important thing I could possibly share. And so I hope it doesn't look like I'm merely trying to like convince as many people as I can with the worldview. But I mean, it's true. I want to show people the most important thing that I can possibly share with them.
What's up?
Oh my god, that's
Hey, Cosmo says Ryan Wyatt. I'm a little reluctant to Google that because I have no idea what that is, and I always think of like, man, if that's some like porn star or something, and I'm Googling that, I don't want that on my search history. So I don't know who Ryan Wyatt is. Maybe somebody in chat, if somebody else in chat that I trust wants to Google it, that'd be fun. Hey, what's up, boss? How are you?
Pastor Brock.
Yeah, man.
Hey, boss.
What's up?
How are you today, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
What's up, man? Are you good?
I am good. I'm real good. I was gonna ask you guys a question if you had a second.
Oh, yeah. I have plenty of seconds.
All right, what's the meaning of life?
Well, I have been this alien.
Honestly, just to live, man.
Just to live. Got it.
What?
Okay.
I'm glad you
Yeah, just to live. Just work your life and then retire for 2 years and then die. I mean, kind of the point of it, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, no, that's interesting. How about you, Peachy? Do you have a meaning for life? Trust you? I don't know who you are, Casbo, so I'm not gonna trust you. I'm sorry.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's from fucking the Hitchhiker's Guide.
42.
Absolute
Yeah.
mongoloid.
Yeah.
42 is the point of life.
That's what that.
Yeah.
That's what it says in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah. It's a very common answer. I get it a lot.
I have no idea what you guys are
I've
talking
asked like 2,000 people in VRChat this question was the meaning of life. A lot of people said 42.
2,000.
Yeah, at least.
So, which one is the most unique question?
Absolutely. It's whale farts. This person looked at me and said whale farts. Yeah, that's what he said. It's pretty funny.
What do whale farts even sound like?
I don't know.
Probably
glub. I probably like glub.
Yeah, but basically, what I was gonna say was Ethan keeps lagging out of this world. There's a fuck to the people in this one. Should we go to a different one where there's less people?
How about we go in just B Club?
Alright, take care, PT.
Yeah,
You heading out 2
Hey
seconds?
man, thank you for the question, man.
You bet, boss.
I'm heading out too.
Alright, dude, take care.
Hey, thank you, boss.
You bet, bye.
Anyone can come into this if they want to.
Yeah. Yeah, the real good thing.
Probably need to change that your
I can't listen to that guy's voice. See ya. I can't listen to the robot voice. That's just too much for me, friend. Alright, let's go to a new instance. There's nobody up here. Let's try something else besides pub. I wonder if it's worth going back to Black Cat. No, let's do actually I wanted to check this world out. Everybody's doing the Spirit of the Sea one. Is it like Chicken of the Sea? Remember like everybody's like Chicken of the Sea. Tuna's Chicken of the Sea. I wonder if it's like that. It's real estate. It's
what type?
Relationship. On a relationship.
No, I'm gonna change that.
Oh, it's like a little island.
Test? Fuck yeah. Finally! Oh, yeah, you can finally move up.
I guess you go up the ladder? So you do. Where is everybody? Unless they're down.
Oh, you don't have fucking full body.
Maybe they're down. Where are they?
Do you have full body? Oh, okay.
Where do you go in this place?
I really can't think of one.
Where do you go? How do I get down? Oh, they're downstairs. There's stairs over here. There's stairs. I was wondering where everybody was talking. There's stairs.
That's all I can think of.
How do I never have a PC right now.
Baba boy. Hey, can I ask you find people a question?
What the fuck are they again?
Yes.
Okay. This is a question I've asked like 2,000 people in VRChat over the last 2 years. Okay, tell me what do you think? What's the meaning of life?
What's the meaning of life?
What's the meaning of life?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay.
I'd imagine.
Just have fun.
Just have fun.
No, I'm being dead
okay.
fucking
Birth, live, death.
Okay.
Birth, live, death. Very bare bones.
Okay, so going back to Bebe, what Bebe said, so to just enjoy life, I think, or how do you phrase it? What did you say? What did you phrase?
Just live and get bitches.
Yeah, like a lot of people say it's like pleasure in essence. Like a lot of people say it's just like pleasure, just enjoy yourself as much as you can. But like, look at the people that are able to do that. Like, do they seem perfectly fulfilled and contented? I don't think so. I think there's something more important than pleasure.
But I feel like if you're constantly chasing
Why are you asking this question in VRChat?
Because it's fun.
If it comes to a certain
I like this question. I certainly like this question.
Go going, baby. I was listening.
You can't force yourself to become content, you know?
Yeah.
You can't chase it. It's a feeling that comes or it doesn't.
Okay. Hey, Kirito, can you turn off the music, boss? Sorry, or just mute your mic. Okay, it's distracting. Thanks.
I know you can hear it.
Yeah, no, you're good, boss. So, okay, a lot of people though they say that like pleasure is the meaning of life and enjoying life, but like I think there's something more important than that. I would say that relationships are the most important thing in life, right? Like nobody's going to sell someone they love for any amount of money, right? Like relation.
It depends. You know, a billion's a fuck ton of money.
Well, I know, but would you allow someone you love to die for $1 billion?
It depends because like there's different levels of love. You know?
Okay, I'm talking about the person you love most in this life. The person you love most in this life.
In the world, they're already dying, so maybe.
I'm used to it.
Okay, come on, babe. Like, okay. Yeah, no, like I think, but that shows you the fact. Okay, if nothing else, the fact that was a hard question for you. Everybody was like, like the fact that was a hard question. At least proves the value of our relationships. That like they at least are within the discussion of giving up $1 billion for. So if relationships are the most important thing in this life, and if we could agree on that, then the highest possible relationship of which I could be engaged in would be with my creator. That'd be the highest possible relationship. So what do you think about that being the meaning of life?
With your what?
Creator?
I'm an atheist, so I don't really believe in any of that.
That's fair.
I'm Christian.
Are you like
I'm
a
vegan.
fucking, what are they called?
What?
Jehovah's Witness or something?
No, I'm not Jehovah's Witness.
Huh? That's not what I meant by atheist.
No, thanks, Bob. Appreciate that, dude.
VRChat worlds.
Yeah. Well, no, so baby, so yeah, so I'm a Christian pastor, and so yeah, I come on to VRChat. Yeah, thanks, boss. And so I come into VRChat asking people about the meaning of life.
Christian.
Okay.
I was raised Christian.
Yeah.
But, you know, fucking science and shit came around.
Yo, actually, I think science actually, science actually points to there being a creator. I'd be happy to make an argument from science if you're interested.
Scientology.
I mean, fair enough.
Okay,
Like,
The reason
honestly,
I don't
as long as
necessarily
you,
not.
as whatever you are, whatever you believe in, whether it's Christianity or anything else.
No, I kind of want you to continue.
So you know, whatever you do with your life, as long as you are open to the fact that everyone has their own life to live,
Oh, I can't
and that
see it.
you know you don't have to convert them or anything like that, then that's great, and I'm happy for you. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't necessarily not believe in God. It's just the Bible.
Sure. Yeah. Well, we could
written so many times.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people are on that under that understanding, and even the famous atheist Bart Ehrman from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, says that that's a misconception, right? Like he said, quote, no major doctrine of the Christian church is in jeopardy based on the textual variants. In fact, I would argue that, okay, so we have over 10,000 manuscripts of the Greek New Testament, yeah? And so I actually think that preserves the original better than if we only had one original manuscript of the New Testament. Here's why. If somebody tried to rewrite the Bible, as you said, Kirito, then imagine a tree kind of branching out, right? So the trunk of this tree is the original writing, right? The original letter of Paul to the church in Rome. Okay, so as copies of copies or copies of copies are made, right, you have this branching out that occurs, right? Copy number one you get the image? Okay, so if someone tried to change the Bible, right, they're not able to change all the manuscripts. They would only be able to change one branch of the manuscripts. Like if I'm some evil pope in Rome, like I might be able to change a couple of the branches, but I'm not gonna be able to change the manuscript in some, hold on one second. I'm not gonna be able to change the manuscript in some desert monastery in Ethiopia. And so when we have the desert Ethiopian manuscript come up, it would show the change that without the change, right? This change that the evil pope tried to make. And so actually having these variant manuscripts actually proves that we've authentically received the original New Testament in Greek.
Well, if you think about it, because you know what language was originally written in?
Koine Greek. New Testament was written in Koine Greek, Old Testament in Aramaic and Hebrew.
Okay, so
wasn't it
then how?
The Old Testament.
Then how did they actually? So the thing that really confuses me because the way that they translate it also changes the story.
It does.
Because in some, because in different languages, it means different things.
Right.
So that's why it's been changed throughout time.
Yeah. Well, think about it. Every single time you talk to someone whose native language is not English, right? There's a translation going there between that person and you. And for the most part, even if you've got a pretty broken English speaker, let's say their native language is Spanish and they're talking to you in English, they're really rudimentary in their ability to translate, you can get a pretty clear understanding of what they're trying to say. Now, if you've got someone who's studied English, like say they're originally a Spanish speaker, and you've got somebody who's studied English intensively, like has a doctorate degree in English, and they're originally a Spanish speaker, their ability to translate their thoughts and feelings into English is going to be almost uninhibited at all. And so that's what we're looking at when we have a committee of Bible translators translating into the English. They're able to get a very clear projection of the original Greek. Now, you bring up that there are multiple translations, and I'd say those differences in translation are not unimportant. But that being said, it's not like one translation says Jesus was a magical unicorn and the other one says he was a son of God. I mean, there are some minor differences, but nothing that I would say significantly changes the meaning of the text.
No, because whenever the text is changed, it can actually like change how they believe inside, believe in that religion.
That's true. And so I would say this is where, like, even words though, like I was just talking to someone earlier, like the word based, apparently it means like something that's really good, right? And so outside of the Zoomer community, that word based just means, well, based. Like this TV series is based on Lord of the Rings. So words have different meanings within communities. And so this is why it's important to not just study the Bible, but to study the early Christian communities. And in hearing them, we get to understand what the words mean. And so,
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just that the reason why I don't believe it is because like science is technically it's proved that Jesus can be real and God and all that. Yeah. But it can also prove that they aren't real. Yeah. That's what that actually
So
like.
then you
That's
would
in the
be
middle.
agnostic potentially? Would you be atheist or agnostic?
I don't know everything. I'm 13. I don't know everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So basically, atheist just means that you're certain that there's no God, and then agnostic just means there
You don't
might
know.
be, there might not.
Yeah, you don't know.
But you don't follow.
Yeah, so the word agnostic comes from the Greek agnosis. Gnosis means to know something, and then is the alpha privative. It means not. This is where we see an atheist. A theist is someone who believes in God. An atheist is not literally not a theist. And so agnostic would be someone who does not know. And so, yeah, exactly as Baby was saying.
Oh yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
It's just that I don't really believe in him because like he technically like we're children of God technically, yeah.
I would say that,
and if we're his children, don't you think as a father he would actually protect us? Because technically he's the one that causes diseases and plagues.
Hey, Uncle Tusky. Actually, I would agree. I would agree with your first part, and I can track with you on the first part of your question. I would not say God causes diseases, right? Okay,
well,
so
not causes, but like it makes it.
Let me break that down.
It's a bit finicky.
Let me break that down. I can understand why that might be finicky. Yeah, I can understand. So, okay, right now, as you're looking either in your VR headset or at your computer monitor, photons are hitting your retina, right? Little packets of light are hitting your retina. Now, if the electricity were to go off right now, everything would be black, and nothing would be. Ooh, I just hit my mic stand. Sorry. Nothing would be hitting your eyes, right? Darkness. It wouldn't be little packets of darkness tons, right? That doesn't exist. Darkness is merely the absence of light. Okay. So in the very same way, I would say evil is the deprivation of the good. It's when it's what we call a situation where the God's goodness is removed from a space. That's what we call evil. And so just like darkness is not really a thing, it's just a description of the absence of light, I would say evil is the description of the absence of God and his goodness. This is why consequently it says in Genesis that the world began in chaos and in darkness. And what's the first words in Genesis? Let there be light, right? So I would say that...
Bro, sorry to interrupt, bro, but I really appreciate what you're doing. Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian pastor, yeah.
I really appreciate what you're doing, man.
Thanks,
I just had a conversation in another world with a bunch of guys and stuff, Keep spreading the gospel, bro. I want to hear what you say.
Thanks. Appreciate it, man. So,
how my father always explained it to me was when God created the world and then we chose free will, he allowed it to go just
Right.
And
That's exactly what that's what I would say.
he
Yeah.
touches, he touches, in certain areas where his will should be done.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's us that have
Yep.
caused
Yep.
everything.
Right. Well, yes. So yes. So I would say we brought about the deprivation of God's goodness, and that's why we see evil in the world, and that's why there is consequently why there's all this brokenness and bitterness in the world. Yeah.
Wait, actually, this is going to be a...
So
Adam disobeyed God.
Yeah, right. So, but that leads back to Kirito's question, which is why would God allow that evil to? Why would God allow that that deprivation of the good to exist? Like he could just force his goodness into the situation, ending all disease, all death, all pain and suffering, right? And so the reason why God does not do this,
then he would be imparting on our free will, right?
Well, yeah. Hold on. Yes, that's exactly where I'm getting at. But let me articulate that to Kirito.
Crusader, do you want to join the Crusader?
Go, brother.
Guys, come on. So anyways, so why would God allow that?
Actually, go.
I just mute him. Just mute him. So why would God do that? Because there's something that God values more than perfect comfort and orgasmic bliss 24/7. What he values most of all is love, right? And love is the brokenness of this world allows for love. Actually, the fact that there's not unlimited money allows me to love my fellow man by sacrificing my limited scarcity of money for you. Like love is expressed in sacrifice. This is why your girlfriend wants you to buy her roses. She doesn't need something nice to smell. A 99-cent Glade scented plug-in would do the trick if that were the case. She wants you to take something of value, your time, your energy, and your effort, and sacrifice them for her, because in that she feels love. She feels worth. And so the brokenness of this world allows us actually to love. It allows us to sacrifice. It allows us to suffer and to give up for the benefit of another, and that's what love is. This is why Jesus died on the cross, I would submit to you, is because, well, as Jesus said, greater love hath no man than this, than a man lay down his life for his friends, or his beloved.
Well, so I'm going to change it. Is it okay if I change this to a different topic that kind of includes it?
Sure.
So if we all became from one religion, right? Why do other people believe in a
great question.
religion?
By the way, can we move to a different area? It's so bloody loud over here. Oh, that's so much better. Oh my goodness.
This guy's spitting, bro.
Thanks,
This guy's spitting straight facts, bro.
Yeah, dude.
I literally read this in Mark, bro. Like the whole that sacrificial love.
You
know the story about that woman who where they were giving money for the poor.
Yeah,
all the
right.
But that one poor woman.
Exactly. Right, that's what love is.
This woman gave more. Bro, sacrificial love, bro.
Dude. That's everything, bro.
Spitting, bro.
Yeah, dude. Thank you.
See, I could never do what this guy is because I would never be a teacher.
Oh, you're kind,
bro. You're doing a great, man, and God bless you, man.
Thank you, brother. I
really
appreciate
thank
it,
you for
thank
going
you so
around
much.
preaching the gospel and stuff like
so,
that. I'm a new believer and I'm born again and stuff like that.
Yeah, dude. I'm grateful. So
do I know how to sign?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, Fabio, let me send you a friend request, boss, because I do Bible studies and I do church services in VRChat, 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday, and I got a Bible study 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Tuesday. But if I can go back to Kirito's question, which is why are there all these different world religions? So I would like to begin to answer that question by saying what Mark Twain said. Mark Twain said, in the beginning in the beginning God made man in his image, and ever since then man's returned the favor. We like to make God in our image. We like to make God as we would like him to be. Right? Yeah, well we'd like
different kinds of
right.
gifts.
And we like a God that's okay with the evil that we like to do. Right? Like we like a God that's always got our back, that's going to go and tell other people that they're doing wrong and never address me and the wrong that I do, right? Like we tailor fit our God to suit our own appetites. And so I would say that's fundamentally why we see all the different religions in the world, is people liked God in a particular way and they created him in that way. But I think the question that comes out of that is, well, why does God allow that? Why does God allow so many misapprehensions of himself? Why does he allow all this confusion?
Because they're still actually believing in him in a different type of way.
No, I wouldn't say they're believing in the true God in a different type of way. I think they have.
Well, yeah, so that's what I mean. But
well, I think some people have. The reason why I say that is because I think some people have the idea that maybe all the gods are right, to some degree, and they're all just kind of appreciating a different aspect of the one God, right? There's a lot of people have this idea where I would say there's this classic Hindu parable of 3 blind men, and they are all touching an elephant for the first time. And the first blind man touched the trunk and said, an elephant is like a snake. And the second blind man touched the feet and was like, an elephant is like a tree trunk. And the last one touched its tail. And they said an elephant is like a rope. Right. And a lot of people say, well, it's arrogant. We're all blind men trying to grasp for God. And it's arrogant for me to say my God is like this. And that's the tree. He's really like a snake. Right. Well, maybe other people are encountering a different aspect of God. Right. A lot of people say that. But I would say that illustration ceases to function if the elephant speaks up and says, hey, man, I'm a 2-ton quadruped with a trunk and big feet and a tail that's rope-like. Like, if God actually speaks, it's no longer humble for us to say, wait a minute, all conceptions of God are equal. He really is a rope, right? Like, no. If God actually speaks, it's humble for you to sit and listen to what he has to say. And so the question that's on the table is, has God spoken or not? That's the question. Yeah, and obviously I would say yes, he has.
Let him go first. He has to say something.
So I want to ask.
Hey, what's up, Brad? Good to see you, boss.
Messing with me the whole time. I've done the study on Bible and stuff, and I've came to an answer. But every once in a while, it comes back to me and studies. Do you believe in sinless perfectionism or no?
What
and
you
if
mean?
You do, why or if not, why?
In this life, will we be sinless?
Where you and essentially can stop.
No.
Sinless, in this life, right now.
I think some Christians have gotten very close, but if you look at the liturgy of the ancient Christian church, it says things like Christ who only is sinless, and there are none who are righteous, no, not even one, says the scriptures on top of that. So I would say some people can live a largely sin-free life. But none of us are sinless in this life.
But still, make mistakes. Yeah, because it always scared me. Because when I first heard the concept, I was so scared. Because I thought I could lose my salvation.
Yeah. Like I'm not doing everything. I still have sin in my life. Like I guess I'm not living this Christian life as I should. Yeah. No.
I mean, I'm glad God set me free.
You can't be snatched from God's hand. Once you're there, you're there. You can't be snatched from it. I would agree with you to some extent, Katrina. Like Paul talks about that, neither height nor depth, nor things present, nor things to come, nor principalities, or nothing else in all of creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus, right? But the one thing that Paul does not say is yourself, right? Like we have the capacity to reject God. There's the story of
I never thought of it that
way.
Huh.
Well, we can reject God, and God's not going to force us. Like he's not going to lock us up in the basement and make us love him or something like that. That would be fundamentally not love. Or look at, for example, the story of the wedding feast, right? There's this guy who gets into the wedding feast, and the son, which is Jesus, right? The symbol of Jesus. Jesus says to him, how did you get in here without a wedding garment? And the guy doesn't say anything. And the guy's like, and the son's like, cast him out to the outer darkness. And so what's going on here? What's going on here is the man got in to the feast with a wedding garment on. He was baptized into Christ, right? But then he took it off. He rejected it. He ceased to want to live as a Christian. So it's not that I commit a certain number of sins and I lose my salvation. That's not it. It's not that you're going to be too sinful to be with God. It's that you'd actually cease to want to be with him. That's what ultimately condemns. As C.S. Lewis aptly said, hell is locked from the inside. It's people who are locking themselves away from God, not God who's locking them away from him,
right? And so, well, some people would say at that point, well, who would ever reject God? I don't want to reject God. Don't underestimate your own capacity to reject God. Like every single time we do evil in this life, and that's me every single day, to some extent, I'm rejecting God. And you know, it's like an avalanche. Like you can very quickly gain momentum downhill and find yourself far from God. But again, we can always come back. When we take one step in repentance, God takes 10,000 steps back towards us. But let's not underestimate our capacity to say, I don't want you, God. And that, because
you think about
He'll
even
respect our
Peter
free
said
will.
himself, like, even Peter said himself, like, when he was talking to Jesus
Thanks,
during
Brad.
the
Appreciate it,
Passover,
man.
Jesus, all these people might deny you, but I'm not going to deny you. You can say yourself, like, I'm not going to do this, but even Peter was successful denying Jesus.
Right.
But even then, unlike Judas, Peter, when he was sad, repented and went to God.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. When you're saved, your name is written in the book of life. So...
Yeah.
You're saying that if you reject God after you're saved, your name can be taken out.
Yeah, you can be removed. Right, that's what it says. Look at the end of Revelation. Look at the final chapter of Revelation. Whoever removes from this book, their name will be removed from the. Look at, or how does it phrase it? Revelation. I think it was at 21. Let me look. Last chapter of Revelation. Look what it says, the final verses. If any man take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things that are written in this book. So very clearly right there is an instance of somebody's name can be removed from the book of life.
Oh, so you don't believe in once saved, always saved?
I do not believe.
Like
Yeah, and neither did the earliest Christian church. Now that's anxiety provoking for a lot of people, right? But it doesn't have to be like that. Like as soon as you say, "Oh man, I can lose my salvation," everybody's like, "Oh, does he believe in work? You know, that we're saved by our own works or something like that?" No, I'm not saying that we're saved by our works, but I'm simply saying that we can reject God. Yeah, no, you're good. Go ahead, boss.
See, yeah, that's what I've always said. Like, I've never. Like, let's see, to me it just makes sense because, you know, I'm pretty sure, like, the Old Testament, there's examples of people who were, you know, with God, but then reject him afterwards.
Yeah, right.
But that's the point. Like, you have to, like, actually, like, reject it. And I believe you can, but it's actually, for a real Christian, it's really hard to, for a true person.
I wouldn't say it's really hard, but I think it's really easy to return to him. Right. So
okay.
And to be very clear, and now Kirito, I want to get to Kirito next because he's been really patient. And here's the thing: is if it's not, a lot of people say, well, then should I be really anxious that if like somebody cuts me off in traffic and I say bleep bleep bleep, and then immediately I get crashed in a car and die, that I'd like, well, I'm dying in a state of reprobate. Like, no, I don't think it's like that. But I think you know, I think we just have to be careful when we depart from God that we come back to him. Kirito, go ahead, boss. Thanks for waiting so long.
Okay, so you know how people say the devil's evil. So
that's
is
right,
the devil
Casbo.
actually evil, or is that just a saying?
The devil is evil?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd say he's evil because of his own free will. He chose to reject God. Sorry, go ahead.
The reason why I say that is because he technically chose
exactly
to
right,
do that,
Uncle Tusky.
He has also chosen to like punish the people that have rejected God.
He punishes the people that rejected God, possibly. So, like, it may be true that the demons. Okay, so hell is made for Satan and his angels. It says in was it Revelation or is it in 1 Peter somewhere in there? Right. Yeah, it's made for Satan and his fallen angels. Yes. So it may be that when human beings find themselves in hell, that Satan and his demons are kind of like the strong guy in the prison. And they kind of like beat up on the human beings that are there. That's a possibility. It doesn't really say too much about that in scripture. But even if that were true, it's not really so much that they're the punishers or like the torturers in hell, but that's just kind of them exerting their evil will, right? So I don't think it's not really that their job is to punish. It's that, you know, maybe they would make it a more terrible existence because of their presence there. I mean, misery loves company, and so does hell. Yeah, go ahead, Kirito.
Okay, so you know how you said there's not really much about like there's not much evidence that the devil is evil. So how do we know that exactly he's evil? Like we know that he rejected God, but
that's the very definition of evil,
right?
Well, I would say rejection of God. That's the very definition of evil. So that's how we know he's evil. Because God is the good. And so to reject him is to reject the good.
Wait, hold on. Okay, I don't know this whole full story behind Satan and all that.
Sure.
So what's the story behind him?
So he was originally an angel, right? A good angel. And there's some debate on why he rebelled against God. I could get into that if you're interested. But let's just say he rebelled against God of his own choice, of his own free will. And from that point on, wanted to be the enemy of God. And what's the worst thing that you can do against the father is go for his kids, right? We see this in like MS-13, all throughout history. The worst thing you can do is attack his children. So, and try to pry them from loving him, right? And so that's what Satan's goal is in this life. He tries to, as it says in the scriptures, he's a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. I think that's in Revelation as well. So he loves to pry people from Christ, or rather, should I say, he loves helping, or he loves promoting people rejecting God. I would say that's the best way I could phrase it, because he can't really pry them from God's hands, but they can pry themselves from God's hands, and he can promote that work. Yeah, Fabio.
I have a question again, because this is another thing that's kind of like been messing with me this week. I've been like have arguments with my family and stuff.
Right.
So I have been like through all sorts of media, TikTok, YouTube, and stuff. An argument of between whether this COVID-19 vaccine is or isn't the mark of the beast, the ones that in Revelation. What is your stance on it? Because I've been kind of like pressured to like take it, but I don't want to take it in the sense that what if it is the mark and I end up rejecting God and stuff like that. But then again, this thing like, I gotta go right ahead and answer.
No, I was gonna say that it can't be the mark of the beast, because the mark of the beast requires it to be something where you are publicly renouncing Christ, right? Okay. And so to take the vaccine is not publicly renouncing Christ. Like, they're not saying in the waiver form for the COVID-19 vaccine, and do you renounce Jesus Christ as Lord and formally make yourself an enemy of him or something like that. Like, there's nothing like that in the anything related to the COVID-19 vaccine. So it cannot be the mark of the beast.
Scared?
Yeah.
What got me scared is because, like you know how it says if you don't take the mark, you can't buy or sell or anything.
Right.
I see all those signs of like COVID-19. If you can't travel and stuff like that. And stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
So
no, I see that.
Scared me. For me, my college is requiring me to get it, or I can't live on campus unless I get an exemption.
Right.
And they're offering like a religious exemption. Like, I'm gonna example, and I want to do that. But then again, Paul, I'm asking someone who like knows the word. He's giving. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, and stuff like that. I won't be able to go to school now, but I want to like get a better idea. So if I can't take it, being safe, I can be safe and stuff like that.
Yeah. So the mark of the beast would have to be something like if if you wear this purple armband, you are rejecting Jesus as the savior, and religion is garbage and yada yada. It'd have to be some sort of like public sign that everybody could see, and the content of that sign would be that you reject God, and that's not the case with the COVID-19 vaccine. So that can't be the mark of the beast.
Okay, I also have another question.
I agree on that. I agree actually on that.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Because people think that, and
yeah.
No, you go ahead. If you're still going.
No. I agree on that, because so many people say like it's the COVID
vaccine
thingy, but I'm pretty sure it's actually not.
And full disclosure, I got the COVID-19 vaccine.
Okay,
but I have to for my job.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you know how like people don't believe in God, right? Is there supposed to be a specific reason why they don't? Or like if they don't have any evidence, evidence that he isn't real?
Yeah.
Did they go to hell, or did they go to like I don't know what happens?
Yeah. So in eternity, there's only two options: either you want to be with God, or you don't want to be, right? And if you don't want to be with God, God's not going to tie you up and lock you in the basement and force you to live with him, right? Like, he gives you freedom to choose, and so I would say that. Those who don't believe in God, are rejecting God, right? They do, and I think there are certainly a spectrum of that, right? Like, there's a person that maybe was raised in a family that never talked about God, and so they just don't believe in God because that's kind of the default stance of their family, but they haven't really like aligned themselves against God. And there are some people who are like militantly atheist who basically evangelize against belief in God. I think those people are more accountable than, you know, your run-of-the-mill atheist who maybe doesn't encounter. And I think there are the person who really aligns themselves against God more vociferously, like they'll have a greater condemnation as a result of that than the person who's kind of your run-of-the-mill atheist or unbeliever.
Also, so you know, some people are like actually Christian, but they don't go to church,
okay, that's
read
fine.
the Bible or anything like that.
Oh, that's fine, Cosmo. Sorry, I'm trying to have these conversations on here, but I understand. Sorry about that, boss. Was that Kirito?
Oh, I said like people that don't go to church or read the Bible, anything that that includes God, are they still Christian or are they not?
I'm so sorry. My brain, like, it's late. I'm so sorry. So if they are who not a Christian? Sorry, I'm sorry. Can you say it one more time? I'm so sorry. This is the third time. I apologize.
So like if they don't go to church or read the Bible,
or
they can they don't really go do anything.
Yeah, I would say that like reading the Bible is pretty important. Like, can you imagine like being in a relationship where your girlfriend only wanted to talk about her day, and every time you started to talk, she's like, just kind of interrupted you, right? Like there wouldn't be much of a relationship there. Like, so I think definitely a piece, of being in relationship with God, being in union with God, is listening to what God has to say. And I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I'm highly suspect that can be, union with God if you'll never even listen to him speak in his word. I would be highly suspect of that. I mean, I won't be the judge, but that seems very unlikely.
And the things that I would like to say something. Kirito, is that one of the verses in the Bible that I always take to why I think it's important to read the Bible is the verse that says faith comes from hearing and hearing the word of God and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So in the Bible has God's word, so I do think it's important for, in the very least, to read the Bible and stuff, because when you truly become Christian, you do want to build your relationship with Jesus, praying more with God and stuff, because there are a lot of people who profess to be Christian, but yet they still live very worldly and stuff like that. But that's the best thing I believe you could do is pray for them and share with them the gospel and stuff like that. So, yeah, I do believe when it comes to like reading the Bible and stuff, it is very important to a Christian's life.
Well, the reason why I say that is because I've been to church, I've read the Bible, and but I don't go anymore. I don't read the Bible anymore. Do I still count as a sinner, or do I count as like an angel of God?
Well,
or not an angel, a son of God.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
So I mean, I would say that. I would say that all human beings, our goal for life is just like we're in a relationship with our friends and we're in a relationship with our family members. Like the very goal of life is to be in relationship with God. And so I'm not going to say to a person who never reads the Bible and is just kind of beginning down the path of faith that you're not saved because you don't know a tremendous amount of the Bible or haven't started to read a tremendous amount of the Bible. I'm not going to say they're not going to be saved. But I am saying that if you're a Christian, we will begin to struggle to grow in our relationship with God. And so if you haven't read the Bible and you don't go to church, I'd say maybe try to start to read the Bible and start to go to church. And I think
well, there is because I've been to church and I've also read the Bible, but I just don't do it anymore.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Well, I mean, I think you can.
A sign to get back into it. You know?
I think you can. Well, I think you can be in the Word without necessarily sitting down and reading the Bible. Like, I mean, if we're meditating on Bible verses that we know already, I mean, I think that can be a form of dwelling in the Word of God. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that'd be. I wouldn't recommend it. I'd say like, if you think that it's good to be in relationship with God, let's grow in that. Like if you think that that's like a thing, either you do or you don't. And if you think that that's a thing, I think we need to be about the things of God. I think that's important if we believe.
Also, you know how God technically killed the dinosaurs, right? Well, yeah, back then. What I think is that the dinosaurs were a lot more intelligent than we were. If you think about it, they haven't done anything wrong. They kept the peace that has been going through multiple centuries.
Yeah.
But God has changed his opinion about the dinosaurs and killed them and then started a new race. Why do we know exactly why he did it?
No, we don't. And so I would say, like, the Bible's not, it doesn't exist to provide a full taxonomy and the reason for why God allows certain species to live and die. That's not its main objective, and so it doesn't spend a lot of time there. So there's lots of theories on why the dinosaurs are not around right now, and I don't really have a very developed theory of that myself. So I probably will just say no comment on that. It's an interesting question. I don't know. I really haven't phrased. I haven't really well formulated an answer to that, and so I don't think I want to fire from the hip on something I don't feel very qualified to answer. I was just thinking about the
dinosaurs and Christianity. I literally had a conversation like today with my brother about like dinosaurs. We came up the topic of what I was talking about.
Yeah.
It was weird because because I had to like I brought up the point that like like how the whole in Genesis said the everything was made in 7 days.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Well, you got to remember, though, the whole concept of a day was created by humans. So, yeah, it may have been said it was created in 7 days, but I'm a firm believer by a day for God is different for us, So it might have been 7 days to help us, understand better. But you got to understand, I don't think God went in and said a day is 24 hours, or an hour is 60 minutes, I don't think that he went into that kind of stuff. But just for us to kind of, better grasp it, he said, okay, it was made in 7 days.
So I really like on the age of the Earth. I really like what Frank Turek says. He's a Christian apologist. He says whether you believe in a young Earth or on Earth or old Earth, you're basing it on presuppositions you can't prove. Like, for example, if the speed of light is unchanged, then the universe is 4.9 billion years old or whatever it is, right? That's just the fact of the matter, that the universe is that old if the speed of light is unchanged. But can you prove that the speed of light has not changed? Like, can you prove that God didn't distort the speed of light in the beginning? No, you can't prove that. Now, some people would say, oh, well, that seems like a deceptive God, and so maybe they lean against the speed of light having been altered, but you can't really prove that. Consequently, if you're a young Earth creationist, a lot of young Earth creationists talk about the salinization of the oceans and how they feel the salt deposition in the oceans is actually favorable to a young Earth hypothesis, or they talk about tree rings. They use a couple other scientific things to prove that the Earth is younger than it appears. But again, they're implying that the rates have not changed or have not changed in the past there too. So that's something you can't prove. Like, for example, let's say you walk into a room and you see an hourglass on the table, and it looks like it's got just a little bit of sand on the top of the hourglass. You may say, oh, that thing's been running for a long time. But you can't know that because maybe the glass was flipped over quickly and then flipped back over, and the glass has only been running for 20 seconds. Unless you can see how the rate was affected in the past and observe how the rate was in the past, you can't know that the rate has not been changed. And so when it comes to young Earth or old Earth, I'm agnostic on that piece. I lean towards a young Earth, but I don't know. There's days. Some days I'm old Earth. Some days I'm young Earth. Yeah, Kirito, fire away, boss.
So the reason why I bring up the dinosaurs is because the reason why I think they're better than humans is because we've created pollution that kills most animals on this Earth that God has created.
Yeah.
And that's why, and also the dinosaurs, they killed they feed on those kind of animals. But the thing that we're doing, we're killing the animals that we don't eat.
Yeah.
Or feed on.
Yeah. Right. I mean, but fun. Yeah. No, it could be. But I think even that is kind of a human mode of thinking, right? Because it looks like we, as human beings, waste more things than the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs didn't waste as much as us. But even how much of an important piece is waste when you're talking about an infinite, incontainable God who has no limitations whatsoever? I don't think it's as big of a piece. That seems like a big deal for us, but it may not be to them. By the way, guys, I got to start wrapping it up. My voice is tired and I got to get going. I got work in the morning, but
I appreciate. Yo, can I just say one thing to you?
Yeah,
though?
fire away, boss.
I really appreciate what you're doing. I really like it. You know, I never myself don't think I'll ever be a teacher of the word because I know like I'm not good when it comes to teaching. But what you do, man, I really appreciate.
Thank you so much, man.
I've always had an idea of like going to like VRChat and doing this stuff.
Hey, Raptor Games, thanks so much, boss. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Although I think my gift is encouraging people, but what you're doing, man, I really appreciate. And I thank you for your answer because I think it has been like I've been struggling with a little bit.
I really appreciate your encouragement, boss. Like you are an encourager. I definitely appreciate it.
What you're doing is good because like I know it said in the Bible not everyone is called to be a teacher because those people are like judged more strictly and stuff
you
like
too,
that.
Boss.
But what you're doing, man, I really appreciate it.
Thanks so
please
much.
Have a great and blessed day, and I hope you have a good day at work. Where do
Thanks,
you
boss.
work?
Actually I work as a hospital chaplain now. So I was a pastor for a number of years and now I'm a hospital chaplain. So yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, boss.
All right.
Well, I hope you have a good day.
Thanks so much. Sneaky.
I hope you have a great night and sleep great.
No, I read YouTube chats. Yeah. So yeah, I'm reading it, Sneaky. I'm also
are you streaming too.
Oh yeah, boss. Yeah. I'm a Twitch streamer. So twitch.tv/PastorBrockVR.
Damn, I just searched up a stream.
Yeah. So check me out. I do daily Bible studies and stuff. Yeah, we got 9 people in here right now. So
is your Twitch or do you what do you stream on Twitch, right?
Twitch. I do Twitch and YouTube. So.
Okay, so I'm just gonna subscribe to your Twitch.
Oh, thanks, boss.
It's the same as your
yeah, if you just type in Pastor Brock, it should come up. There's technically a Twitch user that's just Pastor Brock, but I'm Pastor Brock VR, and I have the most followers. So usually when you type in Pastor Brock, it comes up to me first. Brad says, "I like listening in. I wish I could hop in VRChat and say hi more. Hope you enjoy your day." Thanks so much, Brad. Thanks for being here, boss. I'm grateful for you, man. Uncle Tusky says no rush, but what world are you in? Oh, I'm in are we not friends on VRChat, Uncle Tusky? I could you should be able to join on me. Let's see, social.
It's Spirits of the Sea.
So yeah, it's Spirit of the Sea is the actual world. If you're just curious what world we're in, yeah, Spirits of the Sea. Gotcha. Oh yeah, no, I'm here, Sneaky. Thanks, boss. Hey,
what the heck?
Frumpy Lettuce. Thanks so much. What is it? Viner, thanks so much. Hey, it's your boy, the Guat.
That's me.
Thanks, friend. Appreciate it, guys. Hey, Oscar, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here, Oscar. All right, guys, I'm heading out. My voice is shot and I'm tired, so I'll see you guys later.
I have a great night, man.
All right, you too, guys. You boss. Thanks. Bye.
You take it easy.
All right, let's close out of this. Let's go into webcam only. My voice is totally shot, dude. It's totally shot. I'm so tired. All right, let's see who we can raid. Let's see who. Oh, Pastor Dustin's on. Ooh, and Shadeless is on. Oh, dude. We're definitely gonna go Pastor Dustin. I love Pastor Dustin, man. He's my favorite. I love some Pastor Dustin. / raid Pastor Dustin. All right, go check out my friend. Drop him a follow if you guys haven't already. He is awesome sauce. Love the guy. Awesome man of God. Very humble. Really funny too. So check him out. See you guys later. God bless.